Good morning. It's April 25th, and we're starting the planning board meeting. I first wanted to say, before we started this morning, today is Bring Your Child to Work Day. We had over 100 participants in the auditorium this morning. It was it was such a fun, energetic event. So, and that's how we're going to start our planning board meeting this morning. So, we wanted to first thank all the parents that brought their kids. And we look forward to next year's. The kids are going to be at the different park events today and other activities, and they'll come back later this afternoon. So we really enjoyed that this morning. So our first item is the preliminary matters, adoption of resolutions. We have two this morning. And I think we can all vote. No. Oh, Mitra can, okay, we can all vote on except Mitra, who is away. So there are two resolutions this morning. The first one is Avondale Preliminary Plan Amendment number 1202022A, MCPB number 24044. And the next is BF Gilbert's Administrative Subdivision Plan number 620210160, MCPB number 24-045. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the resolutions.
All in favor?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 4-0. The next is approval of minutes. Do we have to do these separately, or we can do them together? All together. Okay. There are two minutes. One is for open session minutes of April 4th, 2024, and then there's closed session minutes, April 4th, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the minutes from April 4th, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. We have one record plat this morning. It's subdivision plat number 220240810, Creekside at Cabin Branch, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the subdivision plat.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. And next, we'll turn to item number 4, roundtable discussion with our planning director, Jason Sartori. Good morning and welcome, Jason.
Good morning. For the record, Jason Sartori, planning director. And I just want to note for people who are watching online who didn't get to see our opening to Bring Your Child to Work Day, Chair Harris instituted a new policy for people who come and testify here that before you testify, you need to announce your name, your age, and your favorite thing to do in a park. So we'll make sure we let people know that. Officially, for the record, we are not doing that, but just want to. So I'm going to highlight a few things today, talk a little bit about Georgia Avenue. We've got a couple of exciting things happening there. Give you an update on our FY25 operating budget request, the planning department's request. And earlier this week we had Arbor Day. I'll talk a little bit about some activities we did around that, and then give a quick personnel update. So we've talked in the past about how this summer for 3 months, from June 1st through September 1st, at least that's what's scheduled, the Metro will be shutting down the red line through Glenmont from Fort Totten. And actually, a portion of that, just to Tacoma, will only be closed for the month of June. But this was obviously concerning to us, given the importance of this corridor, and not just to the community, but also to our staff here in Wheaton headquarters. And so I mentioned previously that we had reached out to Council Member Natalie Fanny Gonzalez, who represents this area, to see if there was any interest in trying to come with some solution or to mitigate the impacts of this. And she was already communicating with people about it, and within a couple of days, she had gotten the county executive, Council Vice President Stewart, Council President Friedson, and Council Member Evan Glass to sign on to a letter to the State Highway Administration and WMATA to try to come up with some solutions, including dedicating bus lanes along Georgia Avenue for the shuttles and just other ride-on and WMATA buses that run that corridor. But they're implementing a number of shuttles that will connect people to the different metro stations while the shutdown is and so they were asking to allow those to dedicate bus lanes for that purpose as well. And we wrote a letter from Chair Harris and Director Figueredo and myself to in support of that. And we found out recently that they are moving forward with that plan. So this is very exciting. It's going to be certain portions of Maryland 97, Georgia Avenue, as well as Veers Mill Road and Colesville Road. So we're excited to see this. I'll tell you that the impressive thing about this was a kind of a press event that was held earlier this week announcing this, and it's a really great example of how different levels of government and between WMATA, SHA, MCDOT, the council, and even folks here at the commission kind of came together behind something very quickly and solved a problem that the community was facing. Randy Clark, the general manager of WMATA, highlighted the fact that this is kind of unprecedented, that we're able to get a solution to something like this and have this in place so quickly. And so I was pretty excited about that. So then I want to give you a quick update on our FY25 operating budget request. So we had our work session with the Parks, Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee yesterday. For the Planning Department, I felt like it went fairly well. The way the council is approaching this budget cycle is, in some ways, the base budget component is like a given. And then they're taking a look at everything that's above and beyond that. Anything that's a new initiative or enhancement to existing programs, they're looking at individually and putting into a series of different tiers. So unlike in the past, this is similar to what they did last year, but previously there would be an assumption of the county executive's recommended budget and then asking each department to identify what are you offering up to as a reduction or potential reduction to meet that. In this case, they're taking the instead of the top down, it's more of this building it up approach. What are we going to add into the budget? And so in our case, and the way they're generally approaching this is anything that is a kind of a key funding that allows the continuation of operations or along those lines, they're recommending for funding. They're not really putting that on the table for being cut. And so for us, they viewed the corridor, the Georgia Avenue corridor plan, coming back to Georgia Avenue again, and the Friendship Heights sector plan as key and to our operations. I mean, for the planning department, it's really, I mean, we can't do these master plans if we don't get this funding, and that's a core operation for us. They also put in that recommended for funding the parking lot design study match. So we'd originally asked for $125,000 from them, but because we received a grant, we don't need that funding, except that the grant requires a $30,000 match. And so they put the $30,000 match in that funding bucket as well. And then the last one is we have our Planner 3 in our countywide planning and policy division that handles adequate public facilities work. You know Ms. Beck very well. She's part-time. This would be to convert that position to full-time, given that the role really is between working on the update to the growth and infrastructure policy, which might be a quadrennial thing, but it's something we're working on and thinking about every year. And working on the annual school test, which you'll see come before you in a couple of months. The annual school utilization report, also coming forward in a couple of months, and really the review of every development application, and they're evaluating it against our annual school test. And so they saw that not as anything new because it's an existing position, and so they included that in the recommended for funding bucket as well. So then when we moved down to Tier 1, the 3 council members were pretty, that sit on PHB committee, were pretty clear that they were supporting this package together. So like we didn't put them together as a package, but you could clearly see how they're all related. It's a supervisor position in our up-county division and a planner, regulatory planner in our up-county planning division that would work on the large load of applications that they're seeing up there. They are overwhelmed. We've kind of made a point of the vast number of applications that we're reviewing and how 50% of them are in our up-county area. To the point where that team is pulling people from each of our other area divisions, and we're even pulling people in who their core functions are not regulatory work. And that's good from a kind of a cross-training perspective, but it's not sustainable in the long term. And so we really need those staff. The third one there is the intake division, intake and regulatory coordination divisions, planner one for handling intake. So this is as applications come in, ensuring that they are complete, working with the applicant to make sure that everything is there, and then being able to push that forward so that it can begin the official review process. This is another way that we can expedite the development review whole process. And so they saw all of these as being vital to continuing to do the work that we do and actually making sure that we can do it on a timely basis. And so they packaged it all together. That fourth line there, the development review SRF, that's Special Revenue Fund chargeback, because these are all regulatory positions, they are partially paid for by the developer fees that are paid with applications. So it was an offset there. So that's why these three positions collectively are only $181,000 to taxpayer funds. And that's all we're asking the council for because they are paid otherwise from that chargeback.
But thank you for the explanation, because I was thinking that this three would not be that much. I could.
Right.
Okay.
That's why it's three positions for only that much. And it's and so they saw this again as a package, and so they've put the tier one in there. I mean, there seems to be a general kind of confidence that the tier one things are going to go through. But of course, you never know what happens when the council goes through reconciliation, and we're being compared to all the other department requests. But I feel pretty good about that. Tier two, this is kind of the next level. It's likely that across the board, there will be tier two things that get funded, but we're going to, again, be put into, there's no ranking that the committee did on these. All the tier two items are going to kind of be put together, and they're going to be able to pick and choose which of these things from across all the departments get funded. So what we have there are two items here that I'm going to talk a little bit more about. They're new, the equity chief position and the planning academy, but the others should be familiar to you. One is this planner for climate initiatives, the person who would be our liaison to other county agencies on the climate action plan, would also handle all of our climate assessments for master plans and ZTAs, and generally lead up resiliency efforts for us in the department. And in talking about that, I tried to tie directly back to one of the three pillars of Thrive, being environmental resilience and the importance of us having someone who is a climate specialist on our staff. And so I'm hopeful that the importance of that conveyed as well. And then we've got the mapping segregation phase 2. This would expand the scope of of the deed research that we've done on restrictive covenants, racial restrictive covenants in the county. We had previously only focused in the down county area. We want to be able to expand that beyond the Beltway and do additional case study work. And then the last one there is the burial sites context survey, which would help us do the archaeological research needed to be able to identify and understand the history of burial sites across the county, in particular ones that could have been slave burial sites and other sites of people of color. So that's something that we hope we get funding for, but there are going to be a lot of things in Tier 2 that they're considering. And then the bottom list, there are things that they dropped from the request. And we are going to, talk internally about how can we, absorb the need for these in other ways, and whether we just continue to keep coming back next year with a request for these as well. So I did want to talk a little bit more about the equity chief and the planning academy positions, or not positions, items. These are new. So as we have been, moving forward with our Thrive implementation strategy work, as well as we've just kickstarted our department strategic planning work. This is something, though, that we've been talking about for quite a while internally, the need to have someone identified in the department who leads all of our equity efforts. And it's not to say that equity is not a concern of every single person in the department, because it is. What we're looking for is someone who can just kind of help guide our work on this front, and not just someone who understands equity and social justice, but understands how it interacts and weaves into the work we do as planners. And I was having conversations with Council President Friedson about this, as well as one of the recommendations from the Development Review Process Work Group for a planning academy. And that would be what we're envisioning here is an online interactive academy for residents. It would also have a hybrid version, portion of it, in that we would have staff dedicated during certain times for people who are participating in this to be able to interact with and ask questions of. But it would be a series of modules explaining the various processes that we have in planning. So the development review process, the master plan process, zoning, historic preservation, the permitting process. So we would involve other county agencies in this effort. And I think it's a great thing to just empower people in our community with knowledge about how these processes work, but more importantly, how they can engage in that process effectively. And so in talking with Council President Friedson about this, he was really energized about it. And we also see it as a complement to the discussions, or in some ways even a response to the discussions that were occurring at the state regarding the People's Council. And if you look at the things that they were looking at that trying to accomplish, it was, in part educating the community, in part ensuring that we're incorporating, having an equitable approach to all the work that we're doing. And this is kind of a two-pronged approach here within the department of how we can do this. And so he asked me to prepare a memo explaining how these would work. And in talking with him, he decided to propose this as part of our budget, not in lieu of the other things I kept emphasizing, but in addition to. And so you could see this is kind of, these are excerpts from the memo I sent to him, talking about the types of things that, well, in the case of the equity chief, that person would do. And we also have, just to highlight a little bit more on this, internally we have this equity peer review group, which meets with project managers and project teams on all of our projects, whether it's a master plan or study, at various stages of their effort to advise the project manager on how to contemplate their work from an equity perspective. And then they come back later on when they've got preliminary recommendations and they get that feedback. The equity chief would be someone who oversees that team, that group, ensures that they've got the training and the capacity to do that advising, and also ensures that, that they ensures that the teams are getting the are being advised on things that are best practices. And so I'm really excited about the possibility of both of these things being funded and getting our focus on our equity planning, equity agenda for planning through these two particular initiatives.
Can I just ask you a question here?
Absolutely.
Okay. I was watching the whole the budget yesterday. It went wonderful. It was good. And it was very nice to see that they were interested. I have a couple of questions. I couldn't understand when they package them, especially for Tier 1. Can they still pick and choose from the package, or is it that it's going to be either the whole package or none?
So my understanding, really.
It scares me. I love the idea of packaging, but then I get scared that if someone doesn't like one thing in there, the whole package may go not selected.
Yeah, in this particular case, I'm not as concerned because they're all kind of really three related positions, all tied to
Yeah,
the
for tier
regulatory- yeah.
one, but what about tier two?
Well, for
Yeah.
tier two, they didn't package them. They left them independent.
okay.
So each of those things will be considered independently. I would even say if in other cases, if they have packaged things, once the council goes through this, if someone makes a hard push for separating something out, they can still do that. I think that the packaging was a way, at least for the PHP committee, to say, we think these are all important together.
Yeah.
And you
And
really
I
should
liked
have
it.
them all.
I just was a little
Yeah.
bit fearful that how it works out because it takes some of the option away. But hopefully we are all good. And and also in regard to the equity chief or officer, I look at all the point that you had. It's really good. But what kind of a background of a person has all of these things that we are looking for? It's a little bit confusing that it may be hard to bring maybe a planner or someone. I don't know, but I thought maybe you have some idea that if we could find someone that has all of these different hats.
Yeah, so, I mean, there are people out there in planning departments across the country that are doing this role, and also just.
So looking for a planner then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes, I
maybe.
want it to be someone who has a knowledge of the planning practice, but really with that equity focus, so that they understand how to incorporate the equity lens to the work that we do. And so we actually, in part to make the funding for this a little bit more palatable, we offered 4 months of lapse of the position, which is fine because it gives us a little bit of time to do, the person would also oversee the planning academy. So it gives us time to do the solicitation for the work on the planning academy, but also time to recruit the equity chief and do it in a really comprehensive nationwide type of way. Yeah. So this past Tuesday was Arbor Day, and our Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division hosted an event, an active working event, I would say, at Watts Branch Stream Valley Park near the Potomac River. 10 of our staff members from across the department celebrated the day by removing wire cages from 8 acres of forest that were planted there in 2010. It was quite productive as the team removed cages from 150 trees. So our IRC staff works hard to plant and maintain new forests through the Reforest Montgomery program. And I want to give a special shout out and thanks to Mia Rothberg and Christina Sorrento and all the staff who participated in this event. Next week, actually, IRC Chief Christina Sorrento will give a briefing on forest conservation. These are just pictures from that day. And then finally, we have one personnel update this week. Joanne Sheridan joined our ITI division, our Information Technology and Innovation division, on April 8th as our new information systems specialist. She will be administering the E-Plan system. So it seems like there's a lot of conversation today around development review, that the E-Plans is where all of our development applications come into and are pushed out to all the reviewers. Joanne has consulted for many federal agencies in the area. Her last role was with the FINRA as a senior database administrator and reporting analyst, migrating Oracle databases to the Amazon cloud. So I just ask you to join me in welcoming Joanne to our team. And that, I'm happy to answer any additional questions, or allow you to get on.
Yeah, thank you. Director Sartori, your updates are very comprehensive and bringing us, the board, up to date on what's going on. And I was also at the budget hearing yesterday, and I just want to say you and Parks Director Figueredo did a great job, and it's telling the PHP committee why we need what we need and how it greatly benefits the residents of the county. And so that, I really appreciate the job you and Director Figueredo did. So thank you so much. Any other comments or questions from the board? All right.
Just
Please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just
Yeah.
one. I just wanted to quickly say, congrats to everyone on the Georgia Ave bus lanes. That's such great news. I know that there are kind of like lingering questions about like sort of whether it's like fully connected and you know, some people are concerned that, you know, it's not as good as it could be. But I think that being said, obviously it's still a great proof of concept, and it's a giant leap forward. So thanks for providing that update. And I was wondering, do we have any plans, either kind of on our end or maybe in partnership with MCDOT, to do an evaluation at some point, kind of through the process? Because it sounds like we do, which is great. But with like the Georgia Ave corridor study coming up too, it seems like a great opportunity to kind of get some baseline information and data about conditions and kind of feed into that process.
Yeah, WMATA and SHA both talked about collecting data on how this goes over the shutdown, and because first of all, it is temporary, but it is also not fully connected, right? It's segments of those strips, so it does serve in some ways as proof of concept, although sometimes it's difficult if you don't have the true conditions to be able to say that this is showing that it works or not works. Maybe it's not working as well as you would like because it's not the full implementation. But we're hopeful that with those data that we'll be getting from this period of time, that we'll be able to use that to inform future decisions and maybe find ways to make it permanent. Of course, we've got people who are concerned that because Metro will be shut down, more people will be driving their cars on this corridor. And if you've got more people driving their cars on the corridor and you're dedicating one lane now to bus, that's going to add congestion. But the hope is that by having that bus lane, it actually makes the shuttles and the buses more attractive to people who need to drive to travel the corridor. And then we can show that, that there is a great value in having this and maybe be able to maintain it longer.
Yeah, for sure. Did they provide any other information about the service levels attached to these at least for the shuttles that are going to run from station to station?
I think they've got that information out there. They didn't talk about it at the press event, but
Okay.
we can look to see what we can find on that. Yeah.
Thanks.
Going back to the budget real quickly, I'll just mention that we're scheduled to go before the full council on our budget, the commission's budget, on May 6th, Monday, May 6th. So there'll be more information hopefully at that point. So.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 2-minute break and then start with item number 5, the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science. It'll be work session number 5. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 5, the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science, work session number 5. We have Maureen Hill to present, take us through the work session today. Welcome, Maureen, and we look forward to this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Harris. Good morning, Planning Board Commissioners. For the record, Maureen Hill with Mid-County Planning Division here to present the Great Seneca Plan, 5th work session on the public hearing draft. In the board's packet this week, you received a red line copy of the planning board the public hearing draft with the changes that the planning board has made to date. Today, I'm going to present some additions that we would like to make to the red line, additional changes, as well as discuss some zoning options that we had discussed last work session, and then next steps. We've had 4 work sessions. This is the 5th, and staff is recommending that the planning board approve the public hearing draft as the planning board draft at the end of this work session. So these are the red line additions. First, I'm going to go through a series of maps. The changes on these maps are just a reflection of the conversations that we've had. So for example, there were the 2 street connections on the Adventist site. In these maps now, it's reflected as one. There are no other changes. We are also, on this map, recommending that we add language to the caption that's illustrated transit stops are master planned but subject to change at facility planning. So I will go through these maps quickly unless the planning board has any questions. Again, we haven't made any changes other than those that are discussed with the planning board. This is the transit map, our roadway connections that include the crossings, the proposed bikeway network that added in those 2 connections through the Promark and Adventist sites, the street classifications, and the proposed streets, as well as the complete street area types. So if there are no questions or concerns with that, then I can move on to the other red lines. Great. We wanted to add another recommendation to the transportation section. This was a recommendation that was suggested by Montgomery County Department of Transportation, and it is just to promote interparcel pedestrian bicycle connectivity through accessible sidewalk and side path connections between sites. We believe that this is an appropriate addition that furthers the goals and vision of the plan. Seeing thumbs up, so I will go forward. Also, at the suggestion of MCDOT, we are adding these lines to our existing CIP table that just are a reflection of our existing recommendations. We have a street good recommendations. We also suggest various protected crossings, and it's just putting it within the CIP table and assigning a lead agency. We also want to add this to all of the CIP tables in each of the sections. This language at the top that says the table shows a list of potential CIP projects that may be needed to implement the plan's vision. So it doesn't limit the possible CIP projects in the area, but are the ones that we've identified.
So the last 2 are repeated.
Oh, yes, you're right. You know what? I think that is a formatting thing of when I copied and pasted this.
Oh, okay. I just
So
wanted to make
apologies,
sure it's
yes.
not. in the-
Striking the last 2. The red line of this red line is to strike the last 2 items so that it is not a repeat. Okay, I'm seeing some thumbs up. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
So the last,
yeah.
it should remove channelized right turn lanes.
Yes, because that is
Oh,
the
that's,
second
okay,
item
that,
also.
okay, yeah. you
Yeah,
would just
so the
remove-
protected
okay.
crossings and remove channelized right turn lanes are repeated in the
Okay,
table.
yeah.
So it'd just be removing the repeats. Thank you for catching that. Another recommendation that we would like to add on page 71, this is a recommendation that came out of the climate assessment that our team carried out, and it would be in the social environment section, nested near the recommendations for the Great Seneca Greenway and the Key West Avenue Promenade, but is to support support access to healthy local foods, including through farmers markets, food stands, and community gardens. Should the existing Shady Grove Farmers Market require relocation due to redevelopment of the Montgomery Medical Opportunity Site, alternative sites should be identified to continue the farmers market, including the parks and public open spaces recommended by this plan.
You mentioned the climate assessment, so on this project, the climate assessment has been completed?
Yes, just recently, and we are, it will be attached as an appendice to this plan when we transmit to the council.
That sounds great, right? You know, that is coming with the master.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, I know. I think that it might be that we've been slowly moving up when we're able to do the climate assessment, but Steve Finley has recently completed and yesterday sent us a report.
Great. The community will love you.
Yeah, okay. I hope so.
Can I ask you a question here?
Yes, of course.
The last statement, including the parks and public open spaces recommended by this plan, what does that refer to? It refers to putting the
alternative
farmers
sites.
market in there?
It refers to the alternative sites, yeah, looking for places to put, currently, the Shady Grove Farmers Market is on a parking lot.
Yeah.
And that site is actually one of the opportunity sites where we expect redevelopment. So the, including parks and public open spaces refers to the alternative sites that should be explored for a location for the Shady Grove Farmers Market and/or the food stands and community gardens.
Is park okay with that? Because, usually anything that wants to be in the park, it's by a permit, and, it's not separate than anything else. I do not know that by putting that in here, what that means, that parks should be one alternative. I'm just saying that if
Yeah.
parks is okay with that.
I think that this would not mandate that parks is a location for it. The only we do have one future park site in the core of the Life Sciences Center, but just that it would explore all options. So it could be in parks, it could also be in a private.
Yeah, but I'm
location.
just wondering why we're saying even that. If it is an alternative and it could be like any other alternative, then why don't we just pick one or two and say that, well, we want to specifically look at these two, but there are a lot of other alternatives to do it as well. So I'm just wondering, I do not know what is the park position on this, really.
So I'm sorry, just to make sure that I understand, you're saying that why don't we just remove parks and just say public open spaces?
I'm just saying that
Thank you.
if there is any special reason that out of all the alternative sites, we just picked these two and saying it unless this is something that Parks Department is interested.
So, hi, everybody. Henry Copel, Parks Department Long Range Planning Supervisor. I think Maren was doing a good job of explaining that Parks is comfortable with the idea that parks might be a good space for a farmer's market. And to your point, Commissioner, that we'd still have a process to go through. Like if a farmer's market comes to a park, there's a permitting process and things. And I think we're comfortable with this recommended language, making the suggestion that they would be considered, but feel comfortable that it doesn't tie our hands to have to place something in a park.
Yeah, as long as it just doesn't tie the hands, it could be some reasons that maybe Parks doesn't want it, I don't know. But there is a process that they have to go through, yeah.
Right, and this, I don't think that this recommendation would change that process. It's just that if there should be a need for this alternative space, then we would go through a process to look at both private and public spaces.
Okay, if your Parks is fine, I'm fine.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Are there any questions on this? Okay, great. Thank you. The next language we actually discussed with the board at the previous work session, but it was omitted from the red line that was given to the board, so this would just be rectifying that omission. Great. Okay. During the last work session, we spoke about 3 different areas that are all currently zoned in the plan. Sorry, the current recommendation is zoning for R200, and that's the McGowan property, which is in the northwest of the plan, the Hoyles Addition, which is in the center, surrounded by Londonderry, and then the Oakmont and Walnut Hill area. And the board had asked us to look at other possible zones. So this is just a comparison chart of the R200, R90, R60, and CRN zones. And we'll discuss them a little bit more. We'll go through each area. But this is broadly what the requirements are to develop in each of these zones. For the McGowan property, staff is recommending that we rezone to an R90, and I'll walk through our reasoning behind that, and then we can stop and have a discussion before we move on to the other areas. So just quickly, this is the McGowan property. You can see this just shows some of the environmental constraints as well as the grading. I think we talked about, so there are streams and a stream buffer along the edges of the property. And then you can see the steep slopes as well, which are shown in that kind of dark green and black area.
Is there a way to use the cursor to point out exactly?
You know
where
what?
you're talking about?
Yeah, I think it's just a little behind. Okay, apologies. So this is the McGowan property. Can you see my mouse? Okay, great. And then you can see these kind of light green lines are the stream buffers. So it runs through kind of on the edges of the property. And then the dark black and the dark green are steep slopes on the property. And then you can see kind of the grading as well here, the contours. And let's see, I think we have, this doesn't include the stream buffer, but this shows kind of some of the grading as well in more detail. And those are the elevations. So those numbers that are on the screen are the elevations on the site. So there are some environmental constraints and some that could be overcome, but that would present a challenge to development on the site, or to full development on this site. This is just so you can see the site as it is right now. It is between I-270 to the north. Then there's that power line easement kind of to the north and west. And then CSX to the south, the rail to the south. And then this little road, if you can see, that's Game Preserve Road, and that's one of our Rustrick roads, which runs along the little southern clip of the property. And then to the south and west, this area here that crosses the power line is Seneca
Can you use your cursor
Park.
again? If
I'm trying to use it. I think, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Oh, I have to move it onto the, okay, sorry, apologies. So sorry, power line easement, I'm moving it back and forth. Yeah, just circling everything. So yeah, apologies. Power line easement, I-270, and then to the south, this is the rail. So remember that little bridge, the like one-way tunnel? And then this road right here is Game Preserve Road. So it runs on the south of the property. And then starting here and moving this way is Seneca Creek State Park. And then here is Watkins Mill Road, and these are the like residential communities in Gaithersburg. So the only real way to have roadway connections will be to that kind of east and south towards Watkins Mill and this residential communities in Gaithersburg. We also just, really quick, the walk shed that we had discussed last time with the, I'll get back onto here. This is the Mark Rail, the first one, oops, these are switched, so this should be the half mile. The smaller one is the half mile. The half mile, the rail station is just outside, and then in the mile-long one, you can see that it's just reaches it, and we're measuring from that little red dot that's on the property right here. And in addition to the some of the residential developments that are in the half mile, there are some office and R&D developments just south of the residential developments here. And those are partially in the half mile walk shed and in the mile walk shed. So when we looked at the McGowan property, we did a kind of back of the envelope calculation of what could be built. I want to say that disclaim that this is not the most likely scenario, that these are the maximum yields of what could be built. And for the CRN, I'm assuming like that it would be all townhomes. So, this is not what, no matter what zone it is, this is not what we would expect to actually be fully built out. So with the R200, you see that there's about 113. R90 is 200.
What is
These are
113 units?
Units, yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And,
yeah, no, apologies. And then moving up, if you see the CRN, over 2,500.
can you tell us what is exactly there right now? Is there any kind of structure at this property
There
yet?
is like an old, a single, I think if you see, okay, here, oh wait, I'm back here, right there by Game Preserve Road that I'm circling right now. That is like, a single unit structure. But that's all that's on the property currently.
So when you do the yield, do
So-
you take away all the areas that either environmentally or due to other reason, like the utilities, they're unconstructible?
I did not take them away for this like back of the envelope calculation. So the CRN does include, I did take away the open space requirement, which is 10%. But other than that, this is like, that's why I'm saying that this is not what we would expect to be built in the final. I don't,
It may not be even 1/2 or 1/3 if you take all the other areas that they cannot build then.
right, and I think that it would require more research, both, on physically going out to land as part of, a regulatory review process, as part of, a natural resources inventory assessment. Like, So that's why I'm making the disclaimer that they are all equally unlikely in the same way. So yes, you would expect a reduction of this after, all these assessments were done and
I just
everything
don't
was
want
laid
James
out.
get excited, thinks that we are losing 2,500 units.
And one thing I wanted to add is that the residential development, the town center at Watkins Mill that's across the road, kind of falls between the density of the R200 and the R90. It's probably most similar to the R90. And so, staff is recommending the R90 partially because as we looked at the CR zones, this is just text from our actual zoning code, but we felt like the description of what the CR zone and the CRN that we were looking at is supposed to achieve is kind of more dense with more amenities and uses than we think that this area can support and does support. Specifically, this is the description of CRN. The CRN zone is intended for pedestrian scale neighborhoods serving mixed-use centers and transitional edges. Retail tenant ground floor preference are limited to preserve community scale. But we did hear Commissioner Hedrick last week that, especially with a site like this that does have those environmental constraints, there is value in clustering. And the R90 and the R60 both do provide a cluster method for the optional method development that would allow the developments to kind of work around those environmental constraints. The one caveat here is that this site is currently not connected to water and sewer, and it would have to connect to water and sewer to access this optional method cluster development.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
You had a slide, I think it was a slide number 16, that you were comparing the different kind of zoning and,
Good
this
memory
one.
with the 16, yes.
So the maximum coverage, if you look at the line before the last one, it's 25% for R200, 30 for R90, 35 for R60, and 90% for CRN. It's just coming to my mind that if you have a site like this property that is very restricted in regard to buildable area, okay? So you have a site that may be, let's just say 10 acres. I don't know what it is, 10 acres. About 6 or 7 acre of the site is not buildable due to environmental reason or anything. And you may have just out of that 10 acre, 25%, 2 or 3 acre that is available to build. It comes to me that to make the best out of that 2 or 3 acre, we want to pick something that would give you the maximum allowable coverage in that 2 or 3. Because if you have 3 acre left to build, and if you give it CR90, 30% of coverage is going to give you 1 acre. But if you have CRN that is 90%, it's giving you 2.5 acre. Am I missing something? I don't know. This is how I see it. Just putting the numbers together.
So you're right that CRN would allow more coverage, but the coverage is thinking of the whole parcel. So that if we're doing a cluster method, then that environmental area that we couldn't touch could be part of the calculation of what we are, it's averaged with the density.
Okay, so you use the whole area for the coverage, not the area that you could is actually is buildable. So when you look at 30% for R90, still it's going to give you the 3 acre.
Using the
The whole-
the cluster method,
The cluster method allows you to do that.
I believe so. That is what
Okay.
my understanding is. I feel like I think I'm understanding your question, and I believe I'm answering it
Okay,
correctly.
my
but-
question is that if you have a whole site that is 10 acre and a good portion of the area is not buildable, when you use this maximum coverage, the coverage is going to be applied to the whole coverage of the site. Is that correct?
Yes, so.
Even
what-
though it's not buildable? Is
One-
that how we calculate it?
One difference with the CRN, where it says 90, is that partially comes from the open space requirement. So I don't believe that I don't think that the environmental areas, if they were not publicly accessible, would count towards that 10%.
Just in CRN?
Yeah, because they have a
Not in
public
the other
open
ones?
space requirement of 10%.
I see.
So, maybe, just to follow up, and then you, so if a developer, you're saying, just say you wanted to bought enough land to build 20 houses, but you can build 100, but he did a 20-acre lot. I mean, but did 20 houses. So so you don't have to do coverage by individual, and he divided that into, I don't know, 10 lots or whatever. You have to make the coverage by lot, or can you do the whole 10, the coverage, you could say, I'm putting 10 houses on there, and then therefore, you can average it across the whole thing. Does
Yeah,
that make
that's my
sense?
question.
Or it has to be a
Lot by
platted?
lot or total
Yeah,
site?
yeah.
It does. In fact, I just asked that question to our legal counsel, because I don't have a zoning ordinance in front of me right now as whether that's lot or site.
You can respond to me later.
Thank
I don't want to put anybody on the, I thought you knew, and I don't know, but I don't want to put you on the spot. We can respond later. This is a question that it's going to help us in a lot of areas to understand better how we get this open space and public space.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just want to jump in. I lean towards supporting it as a CRN zone, and there's a couple of reasons for that. One, we have proof of concept on the southwest corner of that, abutting that on the north side of Watkins Mill and the south side of Watkins Mill. Both of those developments are attached townhome style developments. I think if we put R90, even with the optional method, we're not going to get housing out of that. Like, we have developments there that are attached townhome style developments. That's seems to be what's needed to make that, in this area, a reasonable and doable development. I lean towards CRN because it doesn't require the optional method, and it allows for smaller lot size so that you can cut out the portions of the overall site and property that they're non-buildable, or at least buildable with a lot of regrading and things of that nature. So if we look at what's around this property is attached townhome style development off Watkins, like right next to the property, and then on the south side in Gaithersburg. So I lean toward putting it as a CRN zone and allowing it as fully, because otherwise the optional methods are either MPDU development, which is great and good, but it's much less likely to make that profitable, particularly given its environmental constraints and topographical constraints. And then also it allows that property, somebody to come in and minimize the amount of friction between the creation of housing and not. I lean toward putting it as a CRN zone so that townhomes are an allowable use under the zone.
If we put CRN, can they still have the choice to have R90 or R60? Or is it, so for example, if it is just for townhome only?
No, it's a zone that allows for detached all the way up to apartment buildings.
Okay, so that provides option still? but
It's just an
add more to
it allows more flexibility and option on the property, I think. And I think that we have evidence that surrounding that property, that all the other residential that abuts this property or abuts Watkins Mill, either to the south or to the southwest, is attached townhome style development. It's not detached large lot, single family development. And if we want I think we have infrastructure here. We have Watkins Mill. We have a MARC train. It's not great, but, I think if we want housing there, we put something there that allows the housing types that are existent in the area.
Yeah, so I totally agree with you, but also it's great that you showed all these constraints, because you go back to the ones you showed, the grading and all that, I mean, it's rough. And so, Commissioner Hedrick, yeah.
Sorry,
okay.
we have smaller, they have, down on the north side of Watkins Mill, a little bit to the southwest of the property, there are relatively small lot and small overall site development right there that could fit in between either on the left side of one of the stream valley buffers, or between the two stream valley buffers, which is mostly on the side of the feeder road.
Right.
Inside. I just think that if we've got evidence of what is already there, and if we put in an optional method that doesn't allow for our, that creates more friction between that and the creation of, I think zone for what we think, we have some evidence of what is the housing type that
Right.
works there, at least on a private scale.
Right, no, I totally
If
agree
we were to
with
give
you.
it to HOC and let them build, that's a
Yeah,
different story.
no, I totally agree that if this zone creates this flexibility, you can do much denser townhouse, or you can do detached or attached. Given all the constraints, you want to have the highest probability that you can get the highest number of units. So I would also agree with the CRN zone, and then also it gives someone who does buy that property the best option of creating the most units. I mean, are there any other, you have comments or?
Yeah, I think that rationale for CRN makes sense to me as well. And it's clear from the map and the data that there are more environmental constraints on the north side of Watkins Mill than the south side, and it doesn't cover the entire site of the south side to sort of view kind of what's underneath the existing townhome development. But you can start to see a bit of that sort of trend into less elevation change and constraints over there. But yeah, that being said, I have confidence that there are techniques, and to Commissioner Hedrick's point, I think that it allows for kind of a good synchronization of development types across kind of the broader site. There is existing infrastructure and new infrastructure that just went in recently, including that somewhat new bridge over 270. CRN feels flexible, and I think flexibility in these cases, when we go through these master plan kind of review exercises, flexibility is a good thing to fall back on. And to our larger point, and they still have to sort of consider the constraints, of course. Like, there are these critical areas, these constraints. They can't just ignore them. They have to deal with that through the review process and the permitting process. They can still choose which development type they think is most appropriate for different parts of the site. But it's the flexibility is key, and so I think I would also support the CRN here.
Thank you. Carrie Sanders for the record, Division Chief, Mid-County. I think we've heard from the board, and we're working on some language that we can read off in a few minutes here. I think what I heard last time, and I just wanted to confirm, is there wasn't an interest, given the transportation limitations to the site, in having commercial development, but more residential, more residential development instead. Is that still the
Yes.
desire?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll come back in a few minutes here with some proposed language, but perhaps, Maren, we can move to the next site while we're doing that.
Great, thank you. Okay. While we are waiting for that proposed language, we're going to do all of our red lines live so that we can show them to you and incorporate them, hopefully, after this session. So let's see. In Hoyle's addition, which is that little area that is in the Londonderry that is currently single-unit houses, we are recommending language that says rezone properties currently zoned R200 to R60 to allow for more flexibility. We would still have this second recommendation in there, which is support a future application for a commercial residential town floating zone. So it would not change that, it would just be changing the underlying zoning. And staff found that there were actually a couple lots that have not been developed that were out of compliance with, or would be out of compliance with R200 or R90, so we're recommending the R60.
Yep. I think that sounds good. Can you just remind me what is the process in the future for applying for a floating zone, and sort of who initiates that application process?
For the record, Robert Cronenberg, Deputy Director. So an application for a floating zone would require a filing to really with the hearing examiner, and that we are the technical staff to the hearing examiner. So we would review it for compliance with the zone, with the master plan, and present it to the board, just like it's very similar to a site plan, where we would present it to the board, make the findings, but ultimately any change to a zone requires council approval. So it would go through the hearing examiner and ultimately up to the council for their approval, and then typically back to us for subsequent regulatory approvals, whether it's subdivision or site plan.
Okay, gotcha, thanks. And so floating zones typically are not done through master plans, therefore? because
Well,
for-
in this case, and I think we talked about this a little bit last time, if the language is in a master plan that supports a future application, it makes it easier to meet some of the
Streamlines that.
prerequisites.
Yeah.
So it's saying that it's been evaluated and would be appropriate for this zone if an applicant or a property owner chooses to go through that process.
Okay, thanks.
And that's written out, right, as a bullet point in this, is supporting that, okay, gotcha.
So for me, that was a very good question that asked, why can't we, like when we do the changing the zones and, like this master plan, put some, they do, I guess after that, we do a map amendment, correct, to make it happen. Why can't we include it into the map amendment that there is a floating, zoning that would allow this? I'm just asking, that makes the process easier. Trying to streamline the process. I'm wondering why can't we streamline the process while we're going through the map amendment, add this to it?
So if I understand the question, are you asking why can't this just be rezoned to a CRT zone now?
No, I'm
Okay.
just saying that as part of when we rezone and we have a map amendment, can we, under the map amendment, have a floating zone identified that if someone later on comes and wants to apply for it, they don't have to go to hearing officer? I'm just asking. I don't know.
I don't believe we can do that because the floating zone, it's floating over the top of the R60 zone if that's what the board chooses to go with. And what the language in the master plan is doing is saying that it is appropriate in terms of density and scale and development standards that it would be appropriate for a future CRT zone. I think in cases like these where you have a existing development, you don't always want to put in a new zone like a CRT. You want to say it's appropriate for a floating zone if those properties decide to come together and file an application, whether it's in full or in part. And a good example would be the board did the same thing and the council did the same thing for the Saks neighborhood in Bethesda, because we had some property owners saying, I don't want it, and some saying we do. And so the language was put in to say it's appropriate if property owners want to come in and file for a floating zone later. But to your point, we can't really put in a footnote that says we don't need to go through the process for a local map amendment or a floating zone process. They actually have to file that and go through that process. So hopefully that answers your question.
Great, so we will make this, this change in the plan, rezoning the underlying zone from R200 to R60. For Oakmont and Walnut Hill, Staff is recommending that we rezone the properties that are currently zoned R200 to R90 to allow for more flexibility and density, and this would also put the properties in line with the existing R90 properties, which can be seen in the darker yellow. So those are the current R90 properties, and the current R200 properties are in the lighter yellow. We would still retain that floating zone as well. That's a CRN floating zone. If the Brunswick line, increases or changes their service at the stop. As we had mentioned before, this is one of the stops that Mark Rail is examining, either discontinuing or decreasing service to.
So the floating zone with the commercial residential floating zone is there because of the Mark station or so and that'll.
Yes, I mean, so I think that one thing that staff was exploring here is that, in some ways, it's an area that has access to, high quality if infrequent transit, but there appear to be plans to decrease or remove that transit access. The surrounding area in the city of Gaithersburg and the town of Washington Grove is low-density residential, and then some industrial between 370, which you can see here, and also in the city of Gaithersburg, there's some industrial development. So acknowledging that if this were to become a station where there was frequent service and could be reliably used for transportation, that, then there might be potential for development as a CRN.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. And I think we're going to share the language that we developed for the McGowan property.
Hi, thank you. I'm Jessica McVeary, Planning Supervisor for the record. So on the McGowan property, with going to a CRN, I just want to kind of outline the range that the zoning ordinance allows for the CRN zone, which the total FAR is a range of 0.25 to 1.5 with a maximum height of 65 feet. And the CRN zone does allow us to zero out the commercial value. And so our recommendation, if the board wants to pursue ultimate flexibility for residential development, we would recommend a C value of 0, an R value of 1.5, and a height of 65 feet. I do think it's really important to mention that it's very unlikely that someone would be able to max out that residential value based on all of the constraints that Ms. Hill showed. But if that's the guidance from the board, we'd be happy to reflect that change in the planning board draft.
Great. So I'm good with that.
I'm good with that, yeah. I don't think we're going to max out that property, and I don't think most of that property would be developable anyway. But if we want it on that Watkins Mill and it's close to the existing as possible, I think that flexibility is useful for making it a developable piece.
And I don't, given the location and the environmental constraints, I don't think any commercial would be viable there.
Nothing is going to be dense enough, I think, to support any sort of commercial development that's not, strict.
Good. Mr. Bartley? You? Okay. We're good with that.
Great, thank you. So those are all of the changes in the continued discussion that we had from last week. Bless you. Staff would like to request that the planning board approve the public hearing draft with these red lines and the additional red lines that were outlined today as the planning board draft, and allows staff to submit the draft and its appendices to council. As we mentioned previously, the appendices would also include the climate assessment. And then I would like to add one more caveat that staff would like to review and copy edit the document one more time to check for errors or anything, typos, before we transmit to council if the planning board approves it.
Yes, just one last question.
Sure.
Did the board see the the whole climate assessment?
The board has not seen the climate assessment.
Yeah.
It was just completed, but we can share that with the board as well.
I would think that we should at least see it, and because I think we've got the comments before that, I think it goes as a whole package, and I think we should at least see it, read it, and just maybe come back. I'm fine with this, but I just feel that if you have it, we should see it, right? I don't know what the other board members feel. Because, yeah. But we can, I'm fine with approving this piece here, and maybe you could,
We can make sure, Carrie Sanders for the record, that the board receives the climate assessment as a follow-up to your approval
Right.
of the
Right.
public hearing draft
Right.
today, or the planning. Yeah.
okay, thank you. So what would you need from us to, do we need a formal
Motion to
thing, or
approve
you
this
need
with
thumbs up, or what do you?
We need a motion.
Approval.
Yeah,
Okay, there's a motion.
I'll go ahead and move that we approve the public hearing draft as the planning board draft and submit it along with the climate assessment and other appendices to the county council.
I'll
I
second.
second.
No, sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Well, thank you so much. It's been a
Great.
pleasure going through this proposed master plan change with you, and we look forward to getting the climate assessment. We can just take a peek at that, and then the next steps, which you're going to talk about now. Yeah.
Yes, just really quickly, I will miss being at the board every single week, but we will make these revisions, prepare the planning board draft, transmit it, and then the council will be holding a public hearing in June, as well as we'll take them on a tour of the area, and then they will be holding work sessions. As a follow-up, I do not have on here, but the staff in the coming month or so will also be coming back to the planning board with the draft ZTA for the Life Sciences Center overlay. So that is something that we discussed in broad strokes, but we'll be coming back with a draft ZTA.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I am requesting that the planning board read the climate assessment by next week, and before this meeting next week, just as a check off that we did, we looked at it, and if there are any major comments, bring it up, okay? All right.
We will circulate that document as soon as possible, but we will move ahead with
Yeah,
the schedule.
yeah, yes.
Okay.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll take just a 2-minute break, and we'll come back for our next item, 6, budget transfer requests, fiscal year '24 operating budget, Parks, Planning, and the Commissioner's Office. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, budget transfer request fiscal year '24 operating budget, where both Montgomery Parks, Montgomery Planning, and the Commissioner's Office were present items they'd like transferred in the budget, and where staff is recommending approve the transfer request. So, good morning. It's good to see you. We'll have Parks start first, and we'll continue.
Good morning. For the record, Nancy Steen, Budget Manager for Montgomery Parks, and I am here today as reference, requesting your approval for a budget adjustment for our department. Although our department has made considerable progress in filling our vacant positions, we still have many vacancies. Staff are actively working to fill our vacant positions, and I'm pleased to report that our vacancy rate is now just under 13%. And last year at this same time, our rate was at 16.5%. So we are making slow but steady progress. Furthermore, our turnover rate is now back to pre-pandemic levels. However, we are going to have savings in personnel, so we are coming to you now to take advantage of these personnel savings to cover other unfunded budgetary needs for our department. I'll briefly go through a summary of our request. Our memo does provide further detail. And our first request is to reallocate $101,600 to fund building and fleet supply cost. This includes funding for flooring replacements and a roof kit for Brookside Gardens, plus cost for vehicle parts and tires needed for repairs. We are also requesting to reallocate $200,000 to offset the increased cost of fuel for our fleet and our equipment. The next item in our request is to utilize $261,560 of this funding to cover maintenance and contractual services. Included in this total is funding for portable toilet rentals, custodial services, removal of non-native invasive plants, and for hiring a consultant to help with park signage standards. Next, our department is requesting $466,300 to be used to continue to transition our mowers and our other equipment from gas to electric. We're also requesting an additional $618,820 to purchase a vehicle, a dump truck, and other heavy equipment. We are requesting $71,800 for security upgrades at several maintenance yards in our southern region. This cost includes access card readers, intercom stations, and other security monitoring equipment. Next, we're also requesting $299,748 for technology supplies and consulting. This includes funding to offset the higher costs that we're incurring for computer equipment replacements, additional funding for data engineering services and other application consulting, plus funding to do an assessment of our server architecture environment. In addition, we're requesting to move $56,640 of personnel savings within our property management fund to be used for various costs, including abatement, janitorial, and painting services. Finally, we're transferring funding from compensation markers budgeted within the Park Fund's non-departmental classification. That includes two different requests. The first request is to transfer $161,939 of funding to the applicable divisions from the reserved compensation marker, and this is associated with increases that had to do with the classification and compensation study. Our last request is to transfer $1 million from available unallocated compensation markers in the Park Fund to the Risk Management Internal Service Fund. This funding will be used to prepay a portion of the FY25 costs needed for the Risk Management Fund. As you recall, this prepayment was identified and discussed at the Planning Board session on April 4th. The amount that's included is an FY25 reduction by Parks, and it will be used to help meet the County Executive's FY25 recommended budget. And at this time, the Planning Board's approval of this request, this transfer is requested. And first, do you have any questions?
Do the board members have any questions?
Just for the public record, what's the total amount of the request aggregate? Thanks.
The total amount, it's broken down in the memo. It's actually kind of a couple of different, or at least I thought I put it in the memo. Let me make sure. I should. The total for the personnel transfers, exclusive of the non-departmental, is $2,019,828, and that would be for the Park Fund. There is an amount for property management that's moving personnel that was $56,640. And then there were the two requests for non-departmental. They totaled $1,161,939.
Any other questions or comments? None other so do I have a recommendation from the board for approval?
Yeah, I move to approve the budget transfers.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you very much. Now we'll have Ms. Karen Warnick to present the Montgomery Planning budget request.
Yes, good morning. For the record, Karen Warnick, Chief of the Management Services Division for Montgomery Planning. We are here today seeking your approval to adjust the Planning Department's FY24 budget. We're projected to have personnel savings in personnel, and we're requesting to reallocate those savings to better position the department regarding the FY25 upcoming budget and to meet other departmental needs. Planning has also been doing a good job on filling our vacancies, but not all vacancies are created equal from a funding standpoint. And we've had some very high-level, high-salary vacancies this year, including the director's position for the first 5 months, and now a deputy director's position. The director's position was ably filled by one of our division chiefs that also left a vacancy at a high-level position. So these two examples and then filling other positions from within have created a ripple effect, which has resulted in this salary savings. Also, our ITI division has had several hard-to-fill vacancies, and they've hired temp agency staff to fill those functions, providing cybersecurity and desktop support until the positions can be filled. This has resulted savings in personnel and then also resulted in expenditures in contracts. So part of today's request is to move the budgeted funds from personnel account to their temp agency account to cover that temp agency staff. For some administrative background on the transfer, all budget transfers over $100,000 require planning board approval, and the department's operating budget is appropriated at the division level. The planning board has the authority to transfer appropriations between divisions as long as each divisional appropriation is not exceeded by 10%. And none of the recommended transfers exceed 10% in any division. Today, we're asking for departmental needs, including funding for work program initiatives, technology assessment, temp agency staff, and then also an upgrade to the AV equipment in the auditorium. For work program initiatives, the first 8 requests are regarding the work program initiatives. The first 3, the biennial traffic survey, the regional travel demand model update and validation, and the climate assessment tool update were all included in our FY25 budget. They were presented as a budget reduction to the planning board previously and to the county council yesterday to meet the county executive's budgeted recommendation. For numbers 4 through 8, these initiatives have been identified as staff for a variety of reasons. Numbers 4 and 5, the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan and Glenmont Corridors Opportunity Study need expanded engagement. Number 6 is for an additional University of Maryland graduate student research intern. Number 7 is for placemaking at Wheaton. We have $83,000 budgeted, but the bids that we've received for services range between $104,000 to $235,000, reflecting the rising cost of materials and professional services, driven primarily by inflation. So we're requesting an additional $40,000 to cover that. And the strategic plan is to guide the department now that we have a bold equity agenda and an ambitious updated general plan. This funding is for a consultant to work on conducting interviews, questionnaires, data analysis, and delivery of the final report. Number 9 is the technology assessment, which was also mentioned in Park's request, where we want a consultant to perform an assessment that will ensure that our servers are configured for the industry best standards, thereby improving system performance and security, and this cost total is $50,000, split 50-50 between Montgomery Parks and Montgomery Planning. In the memo, there is a second number 9. My apologies for that, but the second number 9 is for the temp agency staff, and that is for the ITI division's temp agency staff that I had mentioned earlier, and that was $160,000. Those first 9 items total $677,000 to be transferred from personnel to other services and charges. And then the last request is in the audit is number 10 in the memo, and it's an auditorium AV upgrade. It is as an indicator that time moves on and technology changes at a rapid pace. The AV equipment in the auditorium is nearly 4 years old and has been surpassed by advancements in technology. The volume of our current microphones is inconsistent. The quality of our broadcast is not what our viewers have come to expect, and the operator workstation was not designed to function how we're currently using that equipment. Our communications division has identified items that would be needed to replace to upgrade the auditorium over the next 2 years. 3 of these items are addressed in this budget request, and then the final request will come in a year or two as we're continuing to assess needs, and that's really for like the AV's mixer, which is kind of the brains of the operation. We feel that this will last for at least another year, maybe 2 years, and so we'll come back at that time when we need to do that. The total cost of the upgrade will be shared between Montgomery Planning and the Commissioner's Office. Our total request is $810,000, and again, 677,000 will go from personnel to other services and charges, and then the $133,000 for the AV equipment will go to capital outlay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. Are any questions or comments from the board? Hearing no comments, do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the budget transfers.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. We'll next go to Ms. Branda, representing the Commissioner's Office.
Good morning. For the record, Alana Branda, Chief of Staff for the Commissioner's Office. As Karen just finished talking about the AV system, that we will be contributing a portion of the cost to that also. So from the Commissioner's Office, we've identified $64,000 in personnel savings, primarily due to mine not starting at the beginning of the fiscal year, so there's some savings from mine, and then projections from benefits that we over-projected how much we needed to cover benefits for all the commissioners and the staff based on actual allocations people selected for FY24. So we do have savings from those 2 areas. And so our intention is to contribute that $64,000 to the AV system as the primary users. We really want to make sure that we have our stake in the game and in supporting. And so while our line item is actually under the $100,000 because the project is over, we wanted to make sure and it's going from personnel to capital, we wanted to make sure to come before you and ask for your approval for this also.
So thank you so much. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. Thank you for being good stewards of the money. Appreciate it. So can we just go to the next automatically? Do we need to take a break? Okay, so we'll just take a 3-minute break and start our next item, which is item number 8, the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan. Approve the resolution of adoption for transmission to the full commission. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 8. We're delighted to have Ms. Williams here this morning. Number 8 is the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan, where we're approving the resolution of adoption for transmission to the full commission. So thank you for being here, Ms. Williams, and you can lead us through the next steps, please.
Okay, great. Once again, Melissa Williams for the record. And today this morning, I am here to ask for the board's approval to transmit the resolution of adoption to the full commission. And so that would be the next step in this Tacoma Park Minor Master Planning effort. So it's very simple today. Look. No presentation. No slides. I'm just here asking for permission.
Straightforward.
The report we have is like, the report is really lengthy, so I thought it was a whole presentation.
A lot of whereas.
We're so delighted to be at this point, and it's such a great minor master plan, and so not only for the Washington Adventist area, but also for the Maple Avenue corridor and the connections, and so we're so delighted to be at this point. So I have no further comments or questions. Is there any from the board?
No, thank you. Wonderful.
No, that's
The
nice.
only thing that we hope that now we have it, they will come.
Yeah.
That's what we are waiting for, huh?
Yeah.
We'll miss you being here.
Yeah.
So do I have a motion for approval?
So I
approve-
have the
To
microphone.
approve the resolution of adoption for transmission to the full commission.
Go.
Please.
Okay, I take the honor. I make the motion to approve for the full commission, transmit the full commission, the minor Tacoma Park master.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to add the next step is we are going to the full commission on May 15th.
Okay, great. And so this will end our morning session. The board will take a break for lunch, and we'll be back at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
12 o'clock.
Good afternoon. We're on item number 7, Attainable Housing Strategies Work Session number 8, led by our planning staff. Today we have Ms. Gavoni, Mr. Burbett, and Mr. Sharma to present. We're looking forward to this presentation, this work session, so welcome.
All right. I guess good afternoon, planning board members. My name is Ben Burbett with the Countywide Planning and Policy Team. And as the chairman said, we are bringing forward what is now work session number 8, focusing on our small-scale recommendations for attainable housing. Things we're going to cover today, we'll very briefly remind the board of some of the decisions that were made during the previous session. We're going to get into defining what is small-scale attainable housing. We're going to start talking about some of the applicable geographies that are recommended. And then my colleague here, Atul, will do a very nice presentation going through lots of graphics we've created, kind of showing sort of visually what these different typologies look like, looking at some of the different zones, some of the different real-life situations that we have. And then we'll kind of circle back to talk about the pattern book that we're proposing. And then we'll get into some of the more nitty-gritty on the development standards, parking, subdivision, and we'll conclude with correspondence we've received related to small scale. So in work session number 7, first I'm going to talk about the things that the board agreed on. First is that the final report will not necessarily accompany directly with the ZTA, but will remain with details sufficient to soon after draft the ZTA. Attainable housing will establish a new building that's called the multiplex for 3 or 4 unit buildings, but we will note in the final report that this is sort of an interim solution and that a form-based approach would be better considered in the future. Updating the definition of townhouse and apartment to be 5 or more units for the respective building type, and to subdefine small apartment as 19 or fewer units. Generally creating the idea of a new attainable housing optional method, and that we will at least use the MPDU optional method as a starting point in formulating that ZTA, that new optional method would allow detached houses, duplexes, multiplexes, townhouses, and small apartments, that there will be a density bonus provided. Right now, it's at 2% density increase for each 1% average dwelling unit size reduction, that we will still require common open space at 10%, and that the average dwelling unit size would be set at 1,500 square feet. Some of the items that we are still following up on is to look at administrative processes. We're actually going to cover this one today, but I don't think we're going to cover the rest of them. Other things we're looking at, including the eligibility criteria for the attainable housing optional method, looking at a number of things, maybe making the PhD, which we'll talk about today, as one geography, looking at different corridor buffer options, or looking at options that otherwise just include the entire sort of focused growth area. We're going to revisit sort of the usable area, sort of the minimum area required to even be eligible for an attainable housing optional method. We're continuing to evaluate different options of measuring and setting density. And we're continuing to kind of look at ways to integrate more flexible parking. So getting into what is small scale, again, we're really focusing here on the duplex or multiplex type buildings. So we're looking at buildings that would have between 2 and 4 units within them. And we're really looking for buildings that can integrate into our existing single-family neighborhoods. And so you often hear the term house scale, because these are supposed to fit in the same zoning constraints that a house otherwise would. Another term that I've seen bounced around a lot is gentle density, and it's kind of implying the same thing, that this really does increase density, potentially by quite a lot, without having a huge sort of alteration to the character of these neighborhoods. Again, here is some just various precedent images we have of the types of attainable housing that we are looking at in small scale. And these are about the same scale as a otherwise large detached house would be in any one of these residential neighborhoods. So first, we're going to kind of get right into where we are recommending this. The existing draft attainable housing report has basically proposed that in all of our, what I'm going to call our focus zones, R200, R90, R60, and R40, the duplexes should be allowed everywhere within those zones. Triplexes would be allowed everywhere within the R90, R60, and R40 zones. And then quadplexes would be allowed in the R60 and R90 zones if they fall within the priority housing district. We will get to that briefly. I'm just sort of setting the stage here. And again, this really was trying to deliberately create a kind of gradation of of density, really focusing the most intensive allowed uses along these growth areas and around our existing infrastructure and transportation, and sort of go into a lesser level of density as you moved further away from that. This is a map of where those zones are. On the top left is the R40 zone. We have one sort of sizable pocket of it not far from our office here, kind of near the intersection of Connecticut Avenue and Veers Mill Road. And then there are a couple of pockets of it in East Silver Spring and Tacoma Park. But these are the only areas that we do have R40 zoning currently. Looking at the R60 zoning, this is sort of the primary zone that really makes up a lot of those sort of 1940s, 50s, 60s era neighborhoods that we're all familiar with, that are all over our down county and are along a lot of our major existing corridors. And then there are a few pockets of it up outside of Gaithersburg and Germantown. The R90 zone, I'd say similar geography to the R60 zone in the sense that it's also within that sort of focused growth area, the sort of lighter blue color on the map. But you do start seeing bigger kind of clusters of it a little further out, kind of at the edge of the metro stations or a little bit further up the growth corridors. And then when we move into the R200 zone, I think the biggest distinction is this really kind of no longer falls primarily in the focused growth area, but becomes part of the limited growth area. This has sort of always been, I still consider it sort of traditional suburban zone, but it's always been the less dense. It's kind of the transition out of sort of the growth envelope and kind of getting more into the rural areas. And again, the distribution pattern reflects that. You're really seeing it north of the ICC, up near Olney, sort of outside the Beltway, along the Potomac River, or lots of areas on the periphery of Germantown and Clarksburg have R200 zoning. So now in talking about the priority housing district specifically, currently this is defined as a straight line buffer that would be 1 mile from a red line station, a purple line station, MARC rail stations, and then a 500-foot buffer from any of the, again, old definition, kind of cumbersomely listed out all the corridors. Now that we have an adopted general plan, the Thrive Montgomery 2050 growth corridors. Again, the distinction with the priority housing district is for allowing quadplexes and for further parking reductions than are being recommended generally. This is a map of what that looks like. If you take the buffer, so you can see all of our rings around the purple line, red line stations, the MARC stations going out here, which are shown, I'd say generally irrelevant, those because we don't have the right zoning out there. And as you can kind of see in the down county, it almost creates a seamless area where the provisions would be allowed, the quadplexes and the further reduced parking, because the buffers around these transit stations, they all overlap with each other. And then you can see distinctively here some of the corridors, New Hampshire, Randolph, 29, Georgia Avenue, and then going up through 55, where it sort of reaches outside of these transit areas and they become a little bit more distinct. So I've said a lot.
Could you explain what was the independent zoning munis? What does that mean?
So it's
the gray area.
It's the city of Rockville and the city of Gaithersburg. And
Oh,
so,
that's the municipality.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't get what was munis.
So that was a lot of sort of background to talk about geography. So now we'll sort of start getting through the recommendations of it. So first recommendation I think we want to talk about is there agreement to create the priority housing district as it's been defined, which again, the 1 mile buffer from the red line, purple line, and MARC rail stations, and 500 feet from the Thrive growth corridors, which is this map.
Quick question on that one. I think generally it's great, and I think I love the coverage as you mentioned down county. Clearly, it provides a lot of opportunity there. So my question is more so around kind of the corridors kind of extending out in different directions and the 500-foot recommendation there. Any possibility we can think a little bit more broadly about the 500-foot and maybe go up to something like a quarter mile? And I'm thinking about that, in part because, in other conversations we've had with parking, for example, with BRT stations at least, we've thought about quarter mile as kind of a standard with that. Some of these corridors in the future, or maybe currently, will have BRT, and I think there's some opportunity to kind of like in advance of when those lines really come on and the service kind of gets up to the point where it supports a lot of ridership. How can we sort of water the ground a little bit to help kind of create a little bit more of the density that supports those services. Or, create the density that supports even more services in the future along different corridors. So that's just one kind of minor question if we can expand the 500-foot buffer around corridors a little bit.
We can very easily map it and bring it back so we can look at it. My sense, just from sort of knowing the zoning fairly well, its biggest impact probably is going to be sort of seen in that White Oak, Colesville area, because we do have the same zones that would apply here.
Yeah.
As you kind of go further up 29, Georgia Avenue or 355, a lot of the zoning along those corridors wouldn't even be relevant, but.
Right, yeah.
So we could easily map it, and we can take a look at what that would do.
Okay.
So David Ansbacher, for the record. I just want to clarify, the parking ZTA was around stations, not lines. Right?
Not,
Yeah, and that's a good clarification. I wasn't trying to sort of create a direct kind of parallel between the two, but just for the purpose of kind of how we think about proximity in general to what could be now or in the future, high quality, high capacity, relatively high capacity transit services. I'd love to hear more about kind of any additional parcels that could be captured, and if that's a sizable difference, it sounds like maybe it's not in some cases, but maybe there's also kind of some flexibility where along the corridors, for example, where maybe we could get a bigger chunk of potentially eligible parcels, like maybe there's room for growth there, but maybe in other areas it doesn't make as much sense.
Basic of zoning for the record. We can also come back and tell you the difference in how many parcels it would capture when we do that GIS analysis, so we can kind of share the scope of what the recommendations would look like.
Yeah.
Thanks, that'd be great.
Yeah. Similarly, supporting everything that Commissioner Linden has said, particularly with the 60, 90, 200, and the 40 zones, like I would like us to be able to capture the Clarksburg, Germantown, the Olney corridor, and the East County, the up from White Oak corridors as areas in which the small scale is eligible, which I think means pushing triplexes and quads into 200 if they're in the priority housing district, and expanding the priority housing district to capture some of that's in the growth corridor along those lines. Because we've got a fair amount of 200 around Olney, around Clarksburg, and on the northeastern side of White Oak and up that direction. I'd like to capture as much of that area as possible within the priority housing district that would allow for the construction of the small scale.
But isn't it that we have to make sure that they're closer to the public transportation? I don't know how much Olney is close to any public transportation or line, or even some areas in Germantown.
They're listed as a Thrive corridor now because they're at least in planned BRT routes.
Yeah.
And even some of the down county, they're also just very much planned and not sort of reality yet. So I think it's consistent, I think, to use any of those corridors as what we do our buffer off of.
Yeah.
I think from what I'm hearing, we're just discussing is 500 feet sort of enough of a buffer off of them.
Yeah, because we've done, I think we did quarter off of the Veers Mill BRT, I think, for different things, or within the ZTA.
So if it is somewhere that is planned BRT, is it conditional that they expanded the density when the transit is available?
As it's drafted now, there is no condition that the transit needs to be in the works before these changes would take effect.
No.
This would allow, as soon as this is adopted in those corridors, for the new housing typologies to take effect, even if the transit hasn't been put online yet.
So I, as a base case, I like what you have here, in that, we know the stations are there today, right? And then I know in some other legislation, if it was at a station like a BLT, bus rapid transit, BRT station, if it was currently funded, right? So you knew it was going to. But I think as a base, given what we're trying to get out there, I think this is a base. I like this base. This 500 feet. In general, I like the 500 feet because remember and for medium size, it was just bordered, right? I love it. It was expanding it more. So I'm okay with you seeing what you get if you went to what I think maybe in some of those growth areas, a quarter mile may be too aggressive, but let's see what we get. But as a base, I love what you have. It encompasses a lot. You know, if we can get more up in those areas, but I think this gives, for contractors and developers, it would be a great, you know, enough to do. You know, at least a good start, and as we see how it works, maybe it can be expanded, so.
So let me just, because you said something, I don't know, when we say planned BRT, that doesn't mean that it has to be funded. Even though if it is not funded, you still include it.
But
So
it's
that's
not
what-
here, it's not here. This is just for Purple Line, Mark, and Red Line.
No, this does also
No.
include the
The growth
broad
corridors are where the
corridors.
BRT would be.
Yeah.
I think
I mean,
that's
the growth
the-
quarter, I mean, it's
Yeah.
on a growth quarter, but it doesn't.
I think, but if I heard correctly, the growth corridors are sort of, they sort of align with planned BRT lines in
Plans
the
for,
future.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, I wouldn't, my is, maybe you wouldn't get too far out until you had, like, how far do you go out? And like, if there's nothing there.
That's my
Yeah,
concern.
Today, but if it, so. at
That's
some part, we
exactly
just
my
say-
concern.
Say if it's a good start at X, we have to decide what is X, the 500, whatever, but I think, but if this is all approved, then, you know, down the line, as there's more infrastructure put in, maybe that would be the right time to extend. But this is a great start.
The base is really good.
Well, yeah, the other thing is that I guess when you go further out, we figure out, because this is just the start. And I'm assuming that you're going to come back probably in about 3 to 5 years to see how successful we have been and if we need to make any kind of adjustments. So I'm just thinking that if we make it something that there is nothing going to happen in future within 3 to 5 years, and we put something in place, basically it's going to be, nothing is going to happen. So we just put something that we know is not going to happen. That's what my only concern.
I mean, nothing's going to happen if we don't change anything either. Like, that's the whole point.
No, we have a lot in here
We have a
to
lot in
change.
here al- we
Yes,
have a lot
we
in here
have
now.
a lot. This is fantastic for a start.
It's great.
And then it comes 3, 4 years from now, we can add to it after we learn how these things are doing, and we are not going to put something that we know is not going to happen.
But open up to you, so we don't spend all the time on this, right? The board members asked for it, could you look at, you know, but I just want to acknowledge that I think it's a great.
And not to go without saying, but I think this is a bit like the coverage down county and up the lines is great. The only concern is around the margins for me, and that's to make sure that, you know, if you plan if you plan transit, we should act as if you plan transit, and you've planned it, even if it's funded or not. We've got a few funded, we got a few that don't. You've planned the transit. We should act as if that transit is going to be there, because we've gone through that process, and we have that. And I think that we can expand around, you know, up like you're going toward Clarksburg and Germantown, up toward Olney. Those also have concentrations of commercial and residential, and like I think it's reasonable to assume and plan for. I mean, we're talking about at best quads here, and I think. The only thing to consider is pushing it up to 200 within priority housing for quads, pushing triplexes to capture some of that zoning that exists around the growth corridors in the East County up toward Olney and up toward Clarksburg, because there's coverage there that we're not capturing currently.
Because that's sort of like the next bullet to talk
Of
about.
course, we're going to the, okay, I'm talking about the next slide.
Because
Sorry,
we're
yeah.
going to get bogged. Can you just, we'll probably interim comments, but if you could, we've got a lot to go over, we can go through it, and then we can write our question, and can we?
Definitely. I just want very quickly, it's not even a question, it's just a request, since we already mentioned kind of coming back with some data based on GIS. I think it'd be helpful for us to understand, just give us a count of the R60, R90, and R200 parcels that are currently in the existing proposed PhD. Just kind of as a baseline, I think that will help kind of inform some of this discussion. And to Commissioner Hedrick's point, like, are there a ton of R200 that are within this that we're not capturing right now? Is it sort of a medium amount? You know, how can we sort of consider the scale of what we're missing right now? So, thanks.
That's fine.
So bullet 2, I think, is the easiest. This, just talking about duplexes, allow them in all 4 zones we've talked about. Triplexes, current recommendation is only in the R90, R60, and R40 zones. I've definitely heard mention of R200. I will say the reason it's not here currently is, and this really gets back to where the R200 zone is, and looking at it from the Thrive growth tier maps, it really isn't, it's not in the targeted growth area. This is getting outside of it. And I think we were trying to sort of respect that concept in sort of ratcheting back the intensity recommendations we're making. You know, I understand from the one side, there could be an equity consideration for why are they not included. You know, and I think that was a very real discussion when we were talking about the affordable housing projects and the institutional uses. I think we've acknowledged a lot of the small scale is going to be more affordable than the detached house, but not so much so that it's going to necessarily really change the dynamic of who's buying them. You know, and so I think we really just sort of felt from better planning of putting density where the infrastructure is. We have left the triplexes and quadplexes out of R200. You know, maybe one option that kind of balances it, because we've also left the priority housing district out of R200. Maybe if only in the priority housing district we could add the triplexes into R200, but leave them duplex out. I think we could consider that, but I don't think I'd want to go much further than that.
That's, my concern is mainly picking up the pockets of 200 that are around the existing growth corridor. So I think if R200 within the priority housing districts for tris and quads is fine. That's fine with me.
So I want to add to it. I think what you have recommended is it's great start. My concern is that if we go too far, we cannot pick up this. We cannot even start with what we have. This is a great stride in changing the way that we are building housing in here. And we need to take it one step at a time to get our, you know, people that live in the county see what it could do, and then add to it when we come back in 3 or 5 years. If we do a package that has a big change, we may get so much opposition to it that it may not even start up. But, well, let me finish.
Oh, no.
I know that what you want, but I am 100% supporting what you're doing. And I think that is how we can make it happen. Think about implementation. This is a big change for the county. And what we want to do is that we want to show them that this can work. We need to make sure that we have some measures, some criteria to measure this in about 3 or 5 years and see how it is working. Then we have examples of success to expand it in the other areas. If you take it very big, you may get a lot of things change when it goes across the street. That if we were, you know, at the council, and it may not be something that we started to do.
Okay.
This is my recommendation.
So that we can, thank you for recommending, so we can continue with you, if you can put here what you put on the table, and we can just get, you put on the table that option is to put R200s in the PLDs. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
PhD, I'm sorry, the PhD, I'm trying, yeah. All right. Okay, that something, yeah, so when you come back, let me just say, you're gonna look at, can you expand from the growth corridors, the 500, what does it look like? And you could put on, just as a placeholder, the 200s, that would be tris and quads in the plan, priority housing districts. And let's continue if that's okay.
We can look at that and come back.
Okay.
And so the last bullet, multiplexes in the priority housing district. So yeah, we would just add R200 tentatively to this list, and we'll come back and make the final decision. Now we're going to pivot a little bit into some more sort of technical stuff we got to get through to just sort of make sure we're all speaking on the same language. Last time we talked about building types, which is sort of defining the physical building, your detached house, your duplex building, your multiplex building, your townhouse building, and your apartment building. The other way that these uses are co-regulated in the code is called the use type. The use is single unit living, which is 1 unit in a detached building. You have 2-unit living, which is 2 units in a duplex building. Townhouse living, which currently is 3 or more units in a townhouse building. And multi-unit living currently is 3 or more units in an apartment or multi-use building. So the changes that we think would be consistent with everything we've discussed thus far would redefine townhouse living as 5 or more dwellings in a townhouse building type, since the townhouse building type would be made to be 5 or more units. And that multi-unit living would be dwelling units in a multiplex or apartment or mixed-use building type. Again, it has to kind of fit somewhere, and it didn't seem like it made sense to create a new living use standard for multiplex, because it is what the definition of apartment is, but it's got its own unique building type, which is really visually what matters. So is the board agreeable to these 2 recommendations as shown?
Yeah. And we're including a definition of multiplex as well. We're just, multiplex.
Multiplex is a building type, and so.
As a building type, not yet.
So then the next thing that we need to do is modify the use table, that lovely table we're hopefully all at least somewhat familiar with, that has all the Ps and Ls and Cs and blank cells on it, that would allow for multi-unit living as a limited use. Right here, it says R90, R60, and R40 zones. Based on the discussion, we're also going to peg potentially R200, because if we did allow tris and quads in the PhD, we would need to add that here. No changes are needed for duplex living, because they're already allowed as a limited use through other means. We'll get to how that would change through attainable housing shortly. So again, recommendation here, multi-unit living, potentially in R200, but adding it to R90, R60, and R40 zones, and we would do no change to the 2-unit living.
So I think this makes sense. I support it. My one question, I just want to, it's a little bit of just maybe just planting the seed, and we can come back to it, circle back to it. But focusing just for a second on the limited use, and I understand that, and we'll talk more about this with the pattern book. I understand that this is sort of the mechanism to kind of introduce the pattern book as a way to at that point, kind of simplify the approval and permitting process and kind of create these standards. It's almost like form-based standards. And I think that's a really interesting idea. So my question is it necessary to introduce it as a limited use in order to kind of get at the pattern book concept?
Because if it's permitted, then they can just go to DPS and pull a building permit. And the only way to sort of, in limited use, it's introducing sort of limited additional standards. And as you've noted, the only additional standard we're adding is that there needs to be a checkoff on a pattern book conformance before the permit's issued. Oftentimes, limited uses get into like different setbacks or making you go to the site plan or other things. So like, I understand it looks like it's we want it to be permitted and as simple as possible, but the mechanism to get there right now is to make it limited, and then somebody realizes the limited use standards are not that cumbersome, and hopefully we can move with it. I think if we made it just permitted, I don't know how the pattern book gets implemented.
And we have a few key points to share with the board about what the pattern book will include and what it'll do. And I think in many ways, it's counterintuitive to the purpose of having a pattern book, the way we are thinking about it. So hopefully we can get to that.
So let us keep going, because you're going to do the pattern book, and we can have comments on
I just want to answer Commissioner Linden, because I have been in DPS. You want to make it simpler. It is exactly what they're doing, because when the technicians in DPS, they want to prove, they need to have a means that they apply the standard, or else it could be lost, and limited use give them that. So that is actually a very good way of making sure that the implementation goes smoother. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that. And yeah, as you can probably imagine, the kind of underlying kind of hope here is that, the process will be similarly easy to, previously acceptable or allowed kind of single detached dwellings. So yeah, that's good to hear, and thanks for clarifying.
Okay. So as was sort of alluded to, for two-unit living, again, there's already limited use standards currently, and those basically say you have to be a site plan under optional method of development. We would just add a sort of another option in that thing saying, or as long as you are a standard method development conforming to a pattern book. So that would be the change to the two-unit living limited use standards. For the multi-unit living, similarly, again, right now, it's not allowed at all, so we would be adding it, saying we are adding multi-unit living as a limited use for standard method development that would conform to the pattern book. And this is actually where the codification would come in, that in potentially R200, and I think we've agreed R90, R60, R40, you could do the 3-unit outside of the PhD and the 4-unit multiplex inside. That actually gets codified in here. And so again, I think this is another one, like if we agreed to add R200 to the PhD, that would just get reflected here as well. If we decide not to, then what is written here is how it would move forward. So again, just checking in, or do we agree broadly this is what the standards want to be?
I'm good in that. I just wondering that, just for the sake of us to understand, when you are in R40, okay, if you want to allow for unit multiplex, what is the average size of living space in each unit?
So
we are
so close.
Thank you for teeing us
We're getting
up. Thank you for teeing us up for that.
I do want to think, I don't know if that's what we're just. Okay, well, I was thinking we're getting there. I wanted to just talk about something on this real quick. It was like, I would rather go just straight permitted use and have pattern book as an option or a informational or something like that with the duplexes, triplexes, and quads. Like, I like the idea of the pattern book, I do, but I'd rather just have it as be a permitted use and not as a limited with pattern book use. Like, I think
He was away when I explained to Commissioner Linden that why it has to be limited use. I disagree. Sorry, I'm disagreeing with you. Yeah, because the process is easier for the permitting staff at DPS to be limited, because they figured it out right away that this needs to have the pattern book, or else there is a danger that the pattern book will not be considered. But let's answer my question, and then you can answer his.
Yeah, we'll answer both those with graphic examples. I think the size, what the sizes of the quadplexes would be, and also how we think the pattern book will actually expedite the delivery of these versus becoming an extra step. And let's go. So before we sort of, and again, like this is a working discussion, we are happy to hear all your comments and work upon them. I think, so, we'll share some images here. And, before we dive into the details, I just want to reiterate, like from staff's perspective, the broadest goals for doing this is boosting housing production in the county, diversifying our housing stock so it meets the needs of our aging and diversifying population, and making sure that there are pathways for more people to rent and own attainable housing types within our neighborhoods. That's truly where we are sort of coming from. And so let's imagine a block where these types sit cheek by jowl. And we think that the way we are recommending them together, these types can really provide opportunities for people to rent or buy their first home, raise a family in an intergenerational neighborhood, or downsize and age in place. Like, those are really important policy outcomes that we are trying to achieve. So I'm actually going to do a little quiz here. Can anybody venture to guess how many of these building types are attainable housing types on this block?
It's funny you're doing this exercise now, because I was actually hoping that we could kind of have kind of a pop quiz of, guess, is this a duplex? Is this a quad?
Well, you haven't shown the doors, the entrance doors. If you had shown the entrance doors, we could count and see which one.
I'll say 100%.
100%.
100% are attainable. Actually, Interestingly enough, only about a third of these are attainable types. So what you see on the screen here, it's a typical R60 block. And the houses or the buildings in yellow are single-family homes. Some of the smaller ones are the older ones, and some of the larger ones are the more recently built tear-downs, which are much larger. And then the white and the beige buildings are the attainable housing type, so duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes. And by having a third of these buildings be attainable types, 2/3 of the units on this block become attainable. So that's a really important sort of number to keep in mind, that even though these are small types, and even though we are assuming only a third of them become these types, they have the ability to provide 1.5 times the density that a regular thing. So these are small but mighty sort of building blocks to getting more attainable housing. So we'll unpack sort of zone by zone how this will look and work, but a few assumptions I wanted to make sure we share. Number one, that every diagram that you're going to see today has been built on market-responsive floor plans and units, right? We've done our research. We have many expertise in-house. We've really gone and seen what are the types being built. What is a duplex? What's the minimum size? What's the layout? What's a triplex? What's the minimum size and layout? And the quadplexes, and what are the sizes and layouts? So those, we've also made some very rational assumptions around parking, because parking can truly be the make or break equation to all of this. We are assuming, and in all the diagrams you'll see, that there's at least one on-site parking space per unit, but we are also assuming that the driveways remain narrow, that the curb returns and the designs of the curbs are also tight, that the street tree spacing is actually tighter than what is currently allowed by code, and that there is a reliance on on-street parking for additional parking, which exists in most places in these zones, and that when you do have a barbecue or a birthday party, you might have to park a couple of cars in your driveway, which is common practice even today. I live in an R60 house in the Woodside neighborhood. There's about 12 units on my house. 4 of them have parking garages, 3 have driveways, and everybody else parks on the street. So we think that holding these to the same practical standards is a good thought forward. And there is a relationship to the pattern book that we'll come back to in the end, why we think a pattern book is so important to implement these.
Can I ask you a quick question on the driveway? I really love how you're encouraging narrow driveways for that exact reason, because I think there, and as you all already know, because you've done all this research, there are practical implications to even differences of like a 5-foot kind of width change, right? In terms of like, can you go from 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 units on a site? Are there any? So again, this is coming from a place of like I don't know the answer to what current code sort of says or mandates, but is there a current code for a requirement of a driveway width that we can recommend? Is that sort of getting the idea that we're sort of recommending a change from current code to not require a certain width of driveway?
Precisely, and I think currently, so there's 2 different types of hurdles. One, there are hurdles that are codified in the code, minimums, or the fire code is an important example there, that you must have the front door within X feet of the street. Now, when you have 2 units, for example, that distance is 150 feet. The moment you add a third, or you build a window that's above 27 feet, that distance shrinks to 50 feet. Now, in the past, we have worked with our DPS colleagues and created performance-based alternatives to achieve certain policy goals. We think the pattern book would be an opportunity to clarify all of that and put in one place what is the common expectation for all the agency standards to build these types. And we'll show you the impacts are very real. The moment you start to go towards the maximums of these ranges or don't have some performance-based alternatives, you can't build these types on these lots. I mean, it's just not possible. And the last thing we want is we pass zoning reform but not address those other things, and then people get lost in the maze of regulations because they're not consolidated in one place and agreed upon, which is why we think it's really important to have some document. We can call it whatever we want, but it'll be really critical to have all that information in one place.
And I just very
Could you
quickly.
go to the previous thing? Are you going to talk about the sizes in
Yep.
here, or you have another place you're going to
We,
talk?
we have another,
Okay.
and we do it for each zone meter, because the ability to house units changes as the lot size increases. So we'll point those out in each of the 4 zones.
I just want to very quickly say, today, we're going to flag a lot of the issues, like the driveway widths or the tree spacing or the fire code. We're going to do a little bit deeper of a dive into it when we come back. We're sort of, it's large scale and everything else is sort of a session. And we'll actually then sort of lay out like what's the current code. And like in driveway width is a good one. The driveway width on paper is not a problem. It's 10 feet, which is what we're showing, but it allows up to like 20 feet. And as, you know, the curb returns another one, like right now, there's a very wide flange, and that flange cannot cross the artificial lot line over, which forces the driveway off of the lot line, which is sort of a problem. Like, but we're gonna get into all that nuance in a few weeks. We're gonna flag it so that we can come back to it.
So what we'll do now is, we've done the same pattern of presentation for each of the 4 zones. We'll go through a little bit more slowly in the first zone and then speed up as we go along. But essentially, we're going to start with an image like this for each of the 4 zones. So what you see on the screen here is, on the left-hand side is a typical R60 lot. It's 60 feet by 100 feet. It has the existing setbacks. The front yard is 25-foot setback, backyard's 20 feet, and the sides add up to a total of 18. It has a maximum lot coverage of 35%, which is indicated in that light green box. So each, even single-family house has to abide by this. When you add the 35-foot height, you create this box. And that's the box that anybody building a single-family house can sort of fill. And as you can see, if you've maxed out the box, which certain teardowns do tend to do this, you can get a very large amount of house in one building. It's a 6,000 square foot house with a 2-car garage. Now, this zoning box is quite accommodating, and that's what we'll show you in the next slide, because in the current recommendations, we are saying maintain the setbacks, right? So what does that mean? And here it is, the unit sizes and all of that. We won't go through each of these, but what you're seeing on the screen here is the single-family house on the top left that we saw on the previous page. And then at the same scale, there's a range of 2-unit buildings, 3-unit buildings, and 4-unit buildings. They're all to the same scale. Interestingly enough, you can get a pretty healthy range of unit sizes in each of these types. R60 is the tightest of the 4 zones that we're talking about. And you can get single duplexes that range in sizes from 1,600 to 2,800 square feet per unit. You can get triplexes that range from 1,200 to 1,800 square feet per unit, and quadplexes that range from 700 to 1,400 square feet per unit. This does not include square footage that you can add through basements and attic space, habitable attic space. So theoretically, you could get even larger and more livable units. So we feel pretty comfortable that you can fit quality 2, 3, even 4-bedroom units in these attainable housing types as you try to build them within the same zoning envelope. So that's a really important thing we wanted to flag for the board. And then, you know, what do these things look like? So we have a few examples to highlight here. This is a side-by-side duplex. You're seeing the floor plan on the bottom left, a 3D view in the middle, and some representative examples on the right. This has a lot coverage of only 22.5%, which is way under the 35% max. It is only 2 stories. I could add another story to this building. It has 2 driveways, one for each unit to park at least one, maybe plus 1 car on it. This is sort of the most conventional conservative duplex somebody would build. And even in this case, each of the units is about 1,400 square feet without counting for any basement space or any other usable space that you want to add in the. And you can see on the right, these units are built across the country. They're and they sit within single-family neighborhoods, and they look like a house. I mean, sometimes you really have to go count mailboxes or number of doors to realize that, okay, it's not. And there was a very interesting testimony during the public hearing from a gentleman towards the last end where he said, I walk around and I see 2 doors, and then my wife walked around a week later and she realized there was a 3rd door in the back, so it was really a triplex. And we think that those type of building configurations are quite achievable. This is another configuration for a duplex. Instead of being side by side, it's top down, which is also a very common type. The units here are 1,500 square feet. In our opinion, this has a better parking strategy in that it combines the driveways to create shared parking. And these shared parking arrangements in particular are very practical when you're already sharing a roof and a floor, right? Because in those cases, you're not necessarily cutting up the lot into 2 independent units. So it's very feasible to do this type of a parking. And we think it's a better approach to do parking because then in the front, it creates more space for street trees, for landscape, for stormwater, and all those other regulations that you'll have to meet.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused with the numbers. I'm trying to understand how you come up with 25%. When you say lot size is 6,000 square foot, the 25% of it is 2,000 square foot. But if you put each unit 1,500 is 3,000. So how do you calculate that?
We in this particular case, we are assuming that there is a livable space in that long shed dormer. It's very common for even single-family homes in these neighborhoods to have the roof space have a little bit of a livable space in it, like a home office or a kid's bedroom or a guest bedroom. So in the, actually I could point here.
So if we say that R60, that is minimum 6,000 square feet, I thought that the minimum, the 6,000 feet is the size of the lot.
Yep.
And when we say that you could build up to 35% of that, so if you have 6,000 times 35, that gives us 2,100 of lot coverage.
Right.
So the base, the footprint of this building right now is under 2,100, but you have additional, square footage area on different floors.
So on different floors, yes.
Okay, so that's how you calculate
Yeah,
it.
the lot coverage is just what the 4 walls of the building cover, and
Okay.
that's 22 and a half. And then when you add up each floor for each unit, you get the total amount of square footage,
got
so you
it.
get a
Thank
little
you.
bit more. Yep. And, there is the potential to have a 3rd floor. There are many single-family homes in these zones that have a 3rd floor. And when you do that, you can also start to pull the parking within the building, for example. This has a 1-car integrated garage for each of the 2 units. The units are kind of stuck back to back. And from the street, it presents a nice front porch looking onto the street, and the 2nd unit has its access off of the driveway. And here are a few examples of what those look like. So there are multiple ways to do duplexes. These are just 3 of them. Moving into triplexes, which is a 3-unit building. This one is again showing 3 units that are attached front to back. They cover about a little bit more because now you're trying to fit 3 units on a lot versus 3, but they're still well within the 35% lot coverage. They meet all the setbacks. They have a shared driveway that takes you back to 1 parking space dedicated for each of the units. And the average unit size is roughly about 1,500 square feet at 2 plus dormer kind of level. If you had a basement or if you built to a 3rd level, you could easily increase that to be a comfortable 3 or 4 bedroom house.
Can I ask a question on this one? Again, this is, I'm sorry if this gets a little bit into the weeds of code, which I know we're going to come back to, but this one appears like it's sort of it's overstepping the setback just with those kind of the entrance. I guess what do you call them? Is that allowable?
Those are allowed. However, this would run into the fire code if you apply the strictest interpretation of the fire code. Because that back stoop will be more than 50 feet from the curb.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
those are the type of things we want to make sure we really get tightly sort of agreed
Yeah.
upon, because this is a two-story building. Theoretically, it does not have a window that's higher than 27 feet, so the fire truck does not need to put its outriggers out, so they don't need to have 50-foot dimension. They could go to 150, but we have to work this out with our colleagues at DPS and fire.
And I think, I'm sorry, did you have more, Commissioner?
No.
No, I wanted to jump in. I know we're going to talk about code more, but I think these are good because this is giving a sort of more clarity on what you can put in the things, but these are also assuming perfect lots, flat lots, no geographic issues, no fire code issues that this configuration is too far back and things like that. I like this, but I do want to make sure that we go through those details to ensure that that these are fully legal and permittable, not potential plans that could be done if you end up with a flat, exactly 6,000 square foot lot, which is, a majority of them, but not all.
And that's a good reminder, just quickly, to something I wanted to ask. And I agree, these are really helpful examples because I think it demonstrates, we do have larger than average lot sizes across much of the county. Even at R60, I think I read in our documents, the average size is actually 8,000 square feet in much of the county. But I also know, kind of on the flip side of that, down county, in the older neighborhoods, within the priority housing district, we're talking about lot sizes that are probably typically a lot smaller than 6,000 square feet, right? And so to that point, in the areas where we're actually hoping to achieve a lot of these units, would it be possible to get just a couple of examples on, and I don't know exactly what the average size would be kind of down county in the R60, or say, just taking a couple of typical neighborhoods like, East Silver Spring or, Woodside or whatever the case is. How do we sort of map these different unit types to a 4,000 square foot lot? Obviously it will impact a lot of things, but I think it'll start to sort of reveal a little bit of the impacts of other things that we'll probably talk more about, like setbacks and lot coverage and things like that.
Yeah, I will say, we don't have that map today. I think we've looked at it sort of theoretically, and there are a lot of imperfect lots out there that are smaller, not more generous, and it does create constraint. I think, at least from planning staff's current perspective, and it was a perspective of the previous board, not every lot's going to fit a quadplex, and that has to be an okay answer to this, because if it's already a 4,000 square foot lot, then it's already more dense to start with, and at some point, our goal here was to sort of, and again, I'm going back to the council's initial request, simple zoning reforms to implement, missing middle housing. And I think when we start trying to figure out, how can we ensure every property in a zone can fit a quadplex, and what do you need to start waiving or changing to make it fit? I think our concern was it's kind of stretching outside of that, and it's just, maybe a duplex or triplex is all that fits on some of those lots, and that we were okay with that. Knowing that at some point there are so many downstream consequences, some literal, to increasing lot coverage. You're losing your tree canopy, you're losing the places to put stormwater. At some point, it gets a little perilous to start changing some of these dimensions. So, we can look at it, but that's sort of the perspective as to why you're not seeing it now, because we're not really proposing those accommodations.
But one issue would be stormwater management, because if you go bigger, you're not going to have place to do stormwater management, especially in the down county. That's an issue. And now the requirements are that every property or every lot has to be taking care of stormwater management in their own property. So that is a requirement. If we make it bigger and bigger, you're going to have issues with the water running to the neighbors' house.
There's a couple of things to add to this discussion too. I think one, that as you get to R90 and R200, these become irrelevant. There's just more space to work with, right? You'll see it. In the R60, nothing that we've modeled has actually broken the 30%. So there's still a 5% buffer that we left in all these types to be able to accommodate for now, if there are things like grade, I think that is something that is grade is a huge issue even for like a single-family house, like there, but there are creative ways to work around that. You can have walkout units, and in fact, there are some very nice duplexes and triplexes where the front of the house has the front yard, and the back of the house is where the lower unit opens up, and it very nicely sets up like an uphill house and a downhill house, and you get two very, very livable units out of that. But I think it's a fair point to ask what happens on tighter lots, and we can
I think
think through that.
And yeah, no, so we're not doing my concern is not necessarily like trying to squeeze a quad into a 4,000 square foot lot. Like, okay, there's limits on physics. But like it's taking those lots that are irregular, that are sloped, that have geographic issues, and or if it takes there's some in my neighborhood that take this big turn, right? And so if we're taking the simplest definition of sort of the setback requirements and stuff like that, any build on that lot comes up against this corner, which just kind of juts into the side of it. And mostly it's my concern is the flexibility of the attainable housing, so the small scale, to accommodate an irregular sized lot or an oddly shaped or something that's got a grade, not necessarily trying to squeeze a quad into a lot that was plotted in the 30s and is much, much smaller than we assume it's going to be in the R60.
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, whatever we generally think we're going to come up with, I'm sure it'd be probably good to do some estimates about what do you think you're going to get. Like what this plan, I don't know who does that estimate, but if we implement what you had today, would you likely get over time X 5,000 units, 2,000, 1? And taking into account there in certain communities they have these slopes of where you thought you may get a quad, you only get 3, you only get 2, but all good questions. And at the end of the day, we will have to do some estimate, like what do we think this will create? Okay. So I'm you can continue going. I mean,
sure. Just one question.
Yes.
I truly appreciate the work staff is doing, keeping the existing communities intact. And that's all the effort that you have been doing with the pattern book and everything is there. I understand the concern that Commissioner Hedrick is bringing it up. I do not know that. I don't think that for special cases or extreme cases, we have to provide a flexibility that could apply to anywhere else, okay? Maybe on those extreme cases, it's not done by right. It has to be brought to a hearing officer to change the setback or something. I don't want us to go through and create something just for a very special case as by right. Maybe we allow flexibility by allowing them to come in front of the hearing officer for a request for that specific piece of land or any other possible way.
We have seen also instances where a pattern book addresses some of that. So, it talks about the regular sized lots, and then it shows you irregular sized lots and says, if this is such and such, you either have some flexibility or here are some solutions to meet that.
Exactly.
Because at the end of the day, these are homeowners and small builders. They don't have thousands of dollars to pay an architect to draw up site-specific plans and things like that. So we could also capture some of this discussion in a document that goes along.
That would be perfect.
For sure, yeah. I agree. I think the pattern book sounds like a really good opportunity to kind of discuss some of those issues and provide solutions that then DPS could sort of just kind of, check off and say, okay,
So moving on along here, this is another triplex. It's a very common type where the first floor is 1 unit, and then you have two floors units on top of it. Again, this is hovering in the range of a 30% lot coverage, has 3 parking spaces in the back, and the unit's pretty comfortable, around 1,700 to 1,800 square feet. Some built examples. Interestingly enough, I would say that the quadplex is not the biggest land hog. It's actually the triplexes, because when you get into a quadplex, it's more of an apartment-style unit, right? They're stacked. they're actually smaller units, and the expectation is like in a 4-unit building, the units are not going to be as big as a sort of standalone house or even a duplex or a townhouse. And you can see here, there's a quadplex. It has 4 parking spaces in the back off of a shared driveway. And the unit sizes range from 700 to 1,000 square feet, which is a comfortable two-plus den type of an apartment. If you add basements to this, you could add more. If you add a 3rd floor, you could have bigger units. But from the face of it, you can see these look like big homes, right? Like, and that's the hope and intention, is that we get to an outcome where it's almost indiscernible what, it's relevant and indiscernible as to whether it's a single-family home or a 2-unit or a 3-unit or a 4-unit building. So that's kind of the whole arc of R60. We've done this for each of the 4 zones, but I'll kind of blaze through here. If you have questions, please stop us. So this is showing the same thing. This is an R90 lot, 9,000 square feet. It has a lower 30% lot coverage, but in the end, it's a bigger area you can cover. The setbacks are a little bit deeper. In the front is 30 feet, and the back is 25, and the sides add up to 25 feet, and then the height is 35 feet. So you got a really big box of zoning in here. You can see the last house that could be built was 6,000 square feet. This is 8,000 square feet, right, which is quite large. And again, as you look at the unit sizes, you can fit pretty comfortable duplexes, triplexes, and quads within the zoning envelope. So the duplexes here are getting up to from 25 to 3,600 square feet. The triplexes are 16 to 2,400, and the quads are 1,200 to 2,400, which can be very comfortable 2, 3+ den type of units to live in. None of them break the barrier of lot coverage. They all meet their setbacks, and they all provide at least 1 dedicated space per unit on site. And you can kind of see here, there's a side-by-side duplex. There's a 3-story side-by-side duplex. And I mean, the numbers here are quite healthy, like 3,000 square feet for a duplex without counting a basement. This is big units. I mean.
Is that per unit?
Per
or
unit, per unit. Because you know, you could build an 8,000 square foot house in the same lot. I mean, these are very comfortable units. In fact, if anything, I would hope they continue to be attainable. I'll use myself as an example. The house I bought, the only reason I could live in this neighborhood that I live in, that I love, it was a 950 square foot house. And it was perfect for a starting family. We were 2, coming with another one on the way, and we lived in that house comfortably for 8 years. Then we added on to it when I had my second kid, and now we live in a 1,800 square foot house. So, and it's perfect. So these are very comfortable unit sizes. And the point is, like, the zoning and the setback is not so much the biggest hurdle. I think it's making sure we are relaying the overall regulatory requirements in a very clear way so people can build these quickly. And here's a triplex. This is, again, the 1 flat on the floor, 2-story units above. Here's another example of a triplex that's side by side. And then some examples of what a quadplex might look like in the R90. And none of them are breaking the zoning box, so to speak. And here's an example of R90 attainable housing types mixed into an R90 block.
Question on parking.
Yep.
But curb cuts. What does the code say today about curb cuts? Are you only allowed 1, or what? Like, I'm not sure if there's any regulation today.
I don't know exactly off the top of my head. I do know there's a spacing requirement between them, which would probably get to be a problem. I think from the perspective of our pattern book, maybe for the side-by-side duplex, just for the fee simple part, we might still sort of suggest you could do the 2 driveway like is shown on the screen here. But I think generally our pattern book would suggest you should have a single curb cut and do the shared parking in the back like we've shown. Because that is sort of part of it. We don't want this to become just a sea of parking lots leading all over the place.
And really, if you're building a single-family house today and you are putting in what is the expected width of a driveway, which is 20 feet, if you just took that and now you're accepting 10-foot wide driveways, you're not increasing pavement. You're just splitting it up a little bit differently across the lot. So we think, I completely agree with Ben's observation that the side-by-side duplex might be the only place where it kind of makes sense to let them have two separate driveways, because then you can literally have a fee simple lot, which is the easiest thing to finance, build, manage. But in all these other types, whether it's a 3-unit building or a stacked duplex, we should absolutely ask for a shared driveway, because that's a much better sort of result in terms of streetscape and pedestrian safety and all of that.
I think the only other observation I would offer is that when you have a corner lot, that we've seen multiple curb cuts because they're being addressed from different streets. But that would be the only maybe opportunity, if there was one, to provide multiple curb cuts. But I think it's going to be really difficult to do that on the lots, to have multiple ones, since they're typically tied to an address.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on along here, this is the R200, even bigger half-acre lots. Even at a 25% lot coverage, you have a lot to work with. And, you know, the zoning box continues to get larger, and you can get a home that is, you know, up to 10,000 square feet if you really wanted that. So we modeled only duplexes in this, because that's what the current recommendations were. But you can see here, you can really start to get duplexes that look very much like single-family homes. They can even have their detached garages. And to Robert's point, where you have a corner, you could have one driveway access from each side of the street. So they really even function as kind of two separate homes, just sharing a larger property. And here's an example of what that might look like when the garages are attached, or when they have detached garages behind the main structure, or when there's a duplex on a corner where you have 2 units and one is addressed off of one street and one is addressed off another. And then again, you know, putting them into a typical block to show. And here you can see, you know, even topo and things like that are not going to be issues in R90 and R200. I think you have plenty of land to work with. There's probably some considerations we should think through for the R60, because there are substandard lots, as was mentioned before, and might be some variations in geometry that should be addressed in a document like a pattern book. And then the last one we did this for was R40, where you are allowed a duplex, so we just modeled the triplex and the quads. But again, the unit sizes are pretty comfortable. The triplex gets, you know, 1,200 to 2,600 square foot units, and the quadplex can be 1,200 to 2,300 square feet. And even these are looking like homes. In many ways, they look more like homes than a duplex that might have been built in the 1960s or 70s that looks like townhouses. So there are ways to make sure that these maintain that home character, that home style, but we can fit these densities on these blocks quite comfortably. So this was the slide I was hoping to come back to, which lists all these things together, where you can see on the left are rational parking assumptions, and on the right are a combination of standards and sort of practices we employ when we review single-family homes. And you can see that if your driveway was 16 to 20 feet as opposed to 10 feet, if you had to provide 4 parking spaces on site versus 2, if your curb flared out the way it's shown on the right, which is a standard detail, you won't be able to, first of all, fit the building on the site. Then the parking would eat up some of the street trees and space for stormwater management and yards and landscaping. So there are additional standards here beyond zoning that really need to be looked at and agreed upon and adjusted if we want this to be a legislation that leads to implementation and action. This is so critical, which is why we think the pattern book is the perfect place to do this. We are seeing the pattern book to be a guide for us that lays out a clear path for getting building permits. It would be a one-stop resource for all requirements for building these types. It would be an easy-to-use tool to review permit applications for DPS staff. And in the end, because of all these things, we hope it will facilitate the production of housing that adds value to the neighborhoods. We've already seen this slide before. You know, if we don't get the details right, these things can look dramatically different. They can have a huge impact on the walkability of neighborhoods as well as the environmental performance of these buildings. So we want to make sure we get things that look good and perform environmentally at a high level. And for what the pattern book would actually sort of guide would be very simple things. It would be things like where to put the building, where to put the parking, how to think about the space between the face of the house and the building, and the fact that these buildings should have some measure of what I call neighborly house details like porches and stoops, so that people who live in these unit types feel like they live and belong to the neighborhood that they're in. And I think that aspect of sociability of these unit types is really important to make sure that people feel connected to their neighbors. And so in terms of the pattern book, in our minds, there would be a lot of information about all the other requirements that are needed with agreements from other agencies. That would be a big part of it. Then there would be some guidance on these simple high-level topics. And then in the back, there would be a checklist that would distill all these recommendations down for DPS staff to review and say, is the parking 5 feet behind the building? Check. Does it have a porch or a stoop? Check. Is it maintaining a street tree spacing of X to X feet? Check. And, that way it becomes much easier for them to issue a building permit, knowing that all the other agencies have also sort of bought into these standards and agreed to. Oftentimes, even when you build a single-family house, you get lost in the maze. You might go get your building permit and then find out that you need a driver permit because your unit counts as infill. Like, none of that is codified in one place, and we think it's really important for these rules to be acted upon, that there is a central clearinghouse of all that information. So that's really how we see the role of the pattern book, and that's why we continue to recommend that it be required to be a conformance thing for these types.
Okay. With the pattern book, it would include the thing, like this is the thing that concerns me with the pattern book. But those code issues, the setbacks, the narrowness of the driveway, all of that would be codified in the pattern book to say that you can issue a building permit even if the driveway is 10 feet long, even if it only has 2 spots. Like all that I think is a useful aspect of the coding book, or the pattern book, is to have that so that we don't get hung up on curb flares and stuff like that when we're trying to increase the size.
That's our hope. We'll have to, of course, work with our colleagues at DPS and Fire and Rescue and DEP to make sure everybody has buy-in on this. We have done this successfully in the past for other things, but yes, that would be our hope.
Yeah, and I think that continuing that, we have to make sure that if there is a design exception, is allowed by code, because a lot of things may not be allowed by requirement by code, and DPS would be the best resource to do that. Couple of other things. I think that the pattern book, from what I have seen, it would be very helpful if you have a lot of visuals in it, because it's going to be hard sometimes and things could be missed, but visuals makes it, or diagrams makes it much more clear. Remember that not everybody is engineer when they are reviewing this at first to send it through the permit process. The other thing is that I think that when we want to roll this out, it would be good somehow if the planning department, because we are the initiator of this, we have some resources for the small contractors or small designers to answer their questions before they start the design. So if we could provide, at least for the first couple of years or something, I don't know, some kind of workshop or something for the small contractors to understand exactly what we mean and what could be used, that would be very helpful. It's just some idea. Maybe it could be as part of the budget that you have been doing that by the time this could go. That would be very helpful for people. Another consideration, again, is a consideration that when we put the measurement criteria, we said that hopefully we're going to, when we start within 3 or 5 years, we're going to come back to see how we are doing, okay? and hopefully we are successful, okay? If we are successful, we're going to have a lot of infills or a lot of this middle housing. But that would impact in our infrastructure. It's like for schools, are we overcrowding the schools? It could impact our open space or our parks or the utilities or whatever. I do not know if there is somehow a measurement to say, okay, up to this point we are okay. If you go, we've gone beyond that, and we need, adequate public facilities. Who is responsible for that? Do we think about it that maybe we want to create some kind of sinking fund for areas that we feel that, I know that that may not seem really good idea because that would be an additional fee that they have to pay, but it may be just minimal to create a sinking fund eventually, because we know that a lot of the schools ended up that was not from new development, it was from turnover. And now if we're going to get a lot of this, middle and attainable housing, we get a lot of them that could impact. Who's going to pay for that? I do not know if this is something that we could think about, that we don't have an issue. If we are successful within 5 or 10 years, then that would be a good issue, but it's going to be an issue.
I'm going to jump in really quickly to talk about so very quickly, very shortly, you're going to be dealing with the growth and infrastructure policy, which deals with, the adequate public facilities, and part of that is we are looking at these housing types. So one of the things is we already are starting to see stacked flats that are, two units stacked on, one stacked on top of the other, and we have pulled them out and look at the student generation rates. And the student generation rates tell us how many students on average are being generated by that housing type. And we are going to follow, if attainable housing passes, we will do a similar thing for these housing types. And these units will also pay impact taxes, which will go to schools and transportation.
So this unit that we are talking about in here, they're going to pay some kind of impact taxes?
Yeah, so
I didn't know that.
So it's a little bit tricky. So for a lot of the tear down rebuilds, they don't pay impact taxes right now because it's the same impact. It's a net replacement. And if you build within 4 years, you don't have to pay impact taxes. For these, what I would imagine is that if you're tearing down a single family detached use, you would get credit towards your new impact taxes, but you would be paying impact taxes on 2, 3, or 4 units. So you'd be paying the difference between that detached and that new 2 to 4 unit rate, but you would be paying impact taxes for schools and transportation.
Okay, so that sort of answered my question that I was talking about. Okay.
And it might be that, I think in addition to what Ms. Gavoni is saying, is that there would be a reassessment at some point about kind of, this goes to the impact or an estimate of kind of what the impact would be, coming back to the board, coming back to say over 4 years, maybe this is what we've seen, this is how many units are going in, and maybe doing a reassessment. And maybe that's with the GIP since it's done every 4 years. But I also wanted to address your first point. I think what Mr. Sharma said, which was, you still have to get the zoning piece of it in place, but the pattern book and some of the other details are critical to make it happen. And I'd love the idea of doing a session with builders, small developers that might come in, even homeowners. I think that needs to be in partnership with DPS and with DOT.
Definitely.
So that everyone sees us as one partner,
definitely.
moving ahead.
I meant that because we are the initiator, we're
Sure,
going to be the one
absolutely.
that initiated. But let me talk again back to the impact tax.
Sure.
If this is by right, they're not going to come in front of the planning board. So the pattern book needs to have something in regard to impact tax for DPS to collect. Isn't that how it works?
Well, impact taxes are collected at building permit, so that process already exists. From my understanding, there's like a computer that you basically put in the information and it tells you how much your impact taxes will be paid. We will certainly work with DPS to make sure that that happens, but from my understanding, that is already an existing process.
That is already in place, even though with this kind of housing that we are proposing, or
So-
they have to revise it?
So the most comparable housing type would be, a 2/2 development, which, they happen largely in the
Okay.
context right now of like larger developments. That process to pay impact tax exists. That process already exists for pretty much any time you go for, I think always when you go for a building permit, you are determined if you're paying impact taxes or not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, all great questions, comments. About the contract, having some workshops. Also, you were just going through budget season. Sounds like there needs to be a lot of discussion about working with DPS about, code changes and stuff like that. And if that takes time and money, maybe that's something to put in the budget, that, if that'll take a lot. So all great points. So what, should we continue?
Right, so, we are asking, the recommendation here is that we would require the pattern book for the standard method attainable housing construction. And then everything else you've said about the future coordination and how it's created and ultimately implemented, we'll work through, so.
Can I just wonder, quick question? I can come around on the pattern book as a sort of a area to collect the information that you need. And I get that. And if there's code changes, I think we have to go through that, because otherwise, you're theoretically allowing it, but technically you can't fit anything in. R60 covers most of this area that we're talking about. A lot of it is R60, and so we need to focus on that. But what is the timing? I mean, just as a ballpark for when this pattern book will be available so people can actually use it, implement, and start actually, laying a foundation is basically my question.
That's a great question.
Because if we don't have it and we're telling them to use it,
Yeah.
we're again stretching our timeline. And can we recommend, it has to conform at the point at which it's published? Can we say something like that? Or if we don't have a timeline and thought of when we're going to be able to complete it, and we're having to work with multiple other agencies to get buy-in and agreement on it, we're talking about a timeline that I'm not unfamiliar with cross-agency collaboration. That is not a thing that happens tomorrow. It is a long term, and they don't have any. We have an incentive we are initiating, as Commissioner Pedonian has mentioned. What is their deadline? What is their timeline on it? And we probably have a shorter one. No problem with the pattern book, no problem collecting it, no problem even in making it easier on the code. It's just that when can we actually start laying a foundation?
For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. I would suggest actually that we recommend a deadline and suggest that to the council. So once this goes to the council, if the council chooses to require this as well, it would be good for them to establish the deadline. And then if we feel like in order to be able to do that, we need certain resources, we can tie that into that requirement.
Yeah, I think if we're going to put, I think we should consider it, recommend it, and recommend our own budget and deadline and put a deadline on it when we transmit this to the council, because otherwise, if we're conditioning it on the existence of a pattern book that's going to require cross-agency collaboration, then what we've done is, again, theoretically but not practically created the ability for the housing. I would suggest that it includes the deadline in the budget requirement.
Well, and I would also say, I think there's, I just want to kind of applaud staff here for a second. I think the images that you've seen, and also Lu Wei Wang, that's a thank you for working on these. These are, I think, a good starting point for what we would be putting in there. And I think we can maybe take some time between now and then the final work session to give some thought to what, if we were to kind of scope out that project, what that would look like in terms of staffing needs and the collaboration with other agencies, and then come to you with a recommendation for what could be an appropriate timeline. And it may be that they set the effective date of any ZTA that comes and implements this to that same timeline, or they might have the ZTA go in effect, and it might mean that this is possible, but it's really not possible until the pattern book is completed as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really good, because I think that's exactly right. We're a decent chunk of the way there, right? We've got a not inconsiderable amount of what would end up in a pattern book as part of what we've put together. And so, yeah, just a deadline on it and the resources, and make sure that we're telling the council, I think, when we provide this, is this is what we think we can do and what it be when we can actually do the implementation.
Yeah.
One thing is very important. Again, I suggest that you have to coordinate it with DOT and DPS because of a lot of information for the code. For example, there is a language that I worked on it, what was called new construction.
Yeah.
And I know that it is a little bit different because I wrote it, I don't remember it now. So we want to make sure that we are in coordination because a lot of times they left one wall and, they had to use the requirements. So there is many conditions like that we have to make sure that it's coordinated, that we could put it in the pattern book, that it's actually possible and implementable. We want to put something that we could implement easily.
So, and maybe it could be staged, Commissioner Edrick, in that some of, you need to tell us which of these would require code changes. Like, there's certain, like maybe the duplexes on an X, based on your idea, things won't require, and then maybe the and then so maybe some of this can still get going, say, within a year. I'm just saying, and while you're coming up with the other requirements that would make the triplex work on a R60 site, or so maybe it's a staged rollout. Final, it could be, and so maybe you could think through that. And then you're right. I mean, we need to get DPS in the boat sooner than later, so they can help us come up with this schedule, right? Maybe. But all great work. A picture's worth 1,000 words, and this is really important in helping us look at this. Thank you.
I'm sorry? There's a lot more, yeah. All right, so now we're diving into the development standards table, as you are completely just 180ing this. Small shift. So we're going to walk through all the changes that are being recommended to the development standard table. The first, I think, probably the easiest. Just like with the attainable housing optional method, we talked about adding the multiplex and, in that case, small apartment as sort of columns of standards for allowed buildings. For the standard method in the R200, R90, and R60 and R40 zones, some of these already have duplex, but we want to make sure that duplex and multiplex are sort of added standards to all these tables. I think that's makes sense. Not seeing any questions.
When you talk standard method, that's by right?
It.
That means that they don't have to come in front of planning board?
Correct. It would.
Okay.
It still would be a limited use, but it's standard
Yes.
method in the sense that it's not requiring a site plan and not requiring planning board approval.
Okay, so it doesn't need to come in front of us. That's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
This next one is, I'm going to walk through it, and I have some visual examples. It's a little bit weird. Part of the obvious change we have to figure out is how sort of density and how the terms we use for lot, what does it mean? How are we measuring it? Right now, all of these residential zones are based off of you can have so many units per acre, and that made sense when you just had detached units. That's very difficult to measure when you're potentially allowing duplexes, triplexes, or more in some of these places. And it also is further complicated because right now, you had one lot for one house, and you may have one lot for a multiplex, or you may have multiple lots for the multiplex. And so we've really had to think about what is the best way for our code that is not form-based yet to sort of implement these standards until we can get to the form-based solution in the future. And so one of the things that we want to do is shift away from the idea of there being a minimum lot size and instead focus on what I've called the building site, trying to find a term that was not already defined and being used by the code as it is. And so we're going to walk through this in a couple of examples using the R60 zone. So currently, a detached house would be on the lot, which is shown in red on the screen, and it's at 6,000 square foot place. That is a lot. with attainable housing, the duplex that's on the screen could be built on that one lot, that one 6,000 square foot lot. But we also want to allow somebody to do a subdivision for fee simple ownership. And so hypothetically, lot 1 might be 2,500 square feet and lot 2, 3,500 square feet. And so the way we're trying to keep consistency with the existing neighborhood pattern is what really matters is that there's still just one building per 6,000 square feet. And so the building site is the outline in red. It is still the old lot standard, but we are no longer going to have a minimum lot size requirement so that the subdivision can sort of occur in whatever means makes sense for the type of building being put on it. And so in this case, your 3,500 and 2,500 are the two lots associated with that one building, and all of the lots that touch it are the building site. And then in a side-by-side triplex example, which is another one that might lend itself to subdivision more than a stacked type would, same concept. You've got your 6,000 square foot original lot, which becomes the building site standard. And here, maybe you have a 2,000 square foot lot, a 1,700 square foot lot, and a 2,300 square foot lot, just the way they kind of, if you just draw it right back through the building, it kind of lines up. And again, these three together are the building site of 6,000 square feet. And then the same principle would move into the R90 zone at 9,000 square feet and the R200 zone at 20,000 square feet. And so what we would recommend is we will no longer have a minimum lot area requirement, but you do then have a minimum building area requirement so that each structure has to be on the minimum building area pad. How that gets further subdivided sort of becomes less important or relevant to us. That was the intention behind this. Does this make sense to people who have questions? I know it's a big change.
So the minimum building site is the 6,000. So that still exists. Now, when do we ask a developer that you cannot use this? Because they may get like 2 or 3 building sites and attached together. And they say, okay, I'm going to build the first site, and then I'm going to build the second site, then I'm going to build the third site. Is that allowed, or when they have to, to what point we say that this is now a subdivision and you have to come in front of the planning board?
So if they, we'll get a little bit to that later because I do specifically talk about subdivision, but for these standard method projects, we're basically working with existing lots 98% of the time. And so if they want to move those existing lot lines around to maybe reestablish building sites, that is a subdivision matter, and we'll talk about some of the suggestions we have to streamline that a little bit. But the requirement would still be there. We would still want to make sure each, whether it's detached house, duplex, triplex, or quadplex, sits on a 6,000 square foot definable building site. So where I see this maybe taking relevance is if you have a bunch of 9,000 square foot lots in the R60 zone.
Yeah.
You could do a subdivision, and what the code would be looking for, again, is that you have the minimum 6,000 square feet of a building site that could be associated with each building. And if you're able to get a fourth building site out of 3 oversized lots, then that should be allowed. You're still...
But they have to come in front of the planning board. But if they...
Maybe. Again, we'll get to that in a few slides.
Okay. What about if there are like 4 houses that they could buy next to each other, and they just keep the building site the same as what it is and develop each site, like to put 3 lots in each of those sites and keep the building site the same. So they can just continue unlimited number to build as many as they can. Someone goes and buy 10 houses in one subdivision and say, okay, I'm going to remove these 10 houses and I'm going to put all of these duplexes or triplexes on each side. They can do it by right. So there is no, right now the way that it is, there is no limitation of how many of these you could do at one point, at one time, in adjacent area. I'm concerned that if that, I know that the pattern would protect it, but is it going to have any kind of impact to the existing community in regard, again, it comes back with the public, adequate public facilities or other, or it could be parking. It could be that they have issues with the parking.
If you will let me, I'm actually going to very specifically address that in a future slide. But,
Okay.
Yeah, we will circle back to that in a couple of minutes.
That's-
But the concerns noted. So again, these are sort of the reasons, again, talking about why we think we need to shift to a building site area rather than using lots as the discussion. And this is sort of what in red line, like the table standard requirements would change to. And so instead of lot and density, it becomes building site and lot for the heading for the headings. We need to add a new collection of standards for site, for your building site area. Again, one of the things that is in the code now is there's a minimum lot width at front building line, which sort of is what helps establish the regular pattern of buildings. That would become a building site width at the front building line because that's the new standard. I still would think we would keep the lot standards for lot width or front lot line. That's what requires how much sort of frontage you need, just the kind of basic access and utilities, and the requirement for frontage on a street or open space. I know there may be instances where somebody might want to try to subdivide because they've done a front and back. There are existing provisions. They can come before the board to request lots without frontage. We really discourage it, and so it's something that I think we should still discourage to the point that the board needs to give permission to do that. But we can reevaluate that when we get to the subdivision discussion. I guess the recommendations we're looking for is one, do we agree to go with renaming the whole section for building site and lot? Do we agree with the concept of a building site rather than lot area to make a lot of these standards work? The third thing, which was mentioned, the original attainable housing study did recommend a maximum building site area. The applicability of that would be for how much you could do at one time. And so we had recommended no more than 2 houses, existing houses or house size building areas adjacent to each other at any one time could be allowed to do the conversion. That previous recommendation didn't limit how many in total. It just limited that at sort of one application time, you can only do 2 at a time. When that was brought up, there were other members of the board that really didn't love that limitation. And I think when we talked internally, the reality is we don't think this is going to cause rapid change quickly. Like, I think we're being really ambitious, hoping somebody buys 5 homes in a row and turns them all into triplexes. And it does sort of create a little bit of a headache in figuring out, like, well, what is the enforcement mechanism to stop that? And so our recommendation actually is to pull that out and remain silent on sort of what the maximum site area is of an application to pull permit. Again, I don't think we see a scenario happening where somebody's going to actually do many of these at once. And if they do, they probably are going to hit subdivision, and they're going to be before either us as staff or us as the planning board, or potentially triggering the optional method project, and it will be further reviews to kind of go into that. So that is our recommendation, at least for this part of the
I did not
standards.
understand, because you're answering exactly my question. And if someone, assuming that they want to pull 5 or 10, assuming it happens, okay? I know that you say it's not going to happen, but it could happen. What is our answer? And they may not come to subdivision because we are not requiring right now. Right now, the way that we are proposing, they have the right to do it.
I'd call that a feature, not a bug. Like, if somebody wants to buy 5 lots and put 3 times as many homes on them and go from 5 to 15, I'm good with that. That's the whole point.
Well, I know you're good with that. I am not,
Okay.
because that could impact the existing communities in regard to parking, in regard to other adequate public facility. Someone or something has to look into it to make sure that the impact to existing community is fine. Thrive is not all about that. Thrive also says that the way that we do the work, we have to keep the existing communities intact. And we need to make sure that they flourish with what we do.
Can I say, duly noted, so can you, maybe by the next time, look at what triggers subdivision? I mean, just just consider, and some other things in general, I think there should be, person could do 2 or 3 by 2 or 3 or 4 lots and do whatever, but, I understand what you're saying. Can you just, it shouldn't totally change consider not changing the total character of the community, but what can be, maybe there's some stops
I
already.
don't want to stop them. I'm not against it. I want to make sure
No,
that we understand.
no,
I'm not
remember-
against it, but we just want to make sure that there is a means to measure the impact to the existing community and allow the community to express their concern. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. I'm not saying they cannot do it or anything, but just doing it by right may not be the right mechanism.
But I'm just saying, are there, I didn't say stop them, but are there any triggers to some reviews, and what causes subdivision review?
So we still have subdivision slides today.
Okay, so that's what I said, duly noted. Let's put there, you're not forgetting, let's just keep going.
Can I make a quick comment on this, just the specific table here? So we're leaving lot width as if we're dividing up the lots within the building site. Is that accurate right now? Or is it easier here just to make the frontage the building site, not a lot site?
So if somebody were to subdivide, so
Yes.
right now the standard is lot width of front lot lines 25 feet.
Yeah.
And so if somebody were to subdivide, I think our initial recommendation is to keep that. I think for the multiplex in particular, we might look at the townhouse standards, which I believe allow as narrow as 12 feet, just because you could have a 12-foot wide unit, and
Yeah,
that's
and it
going to
could
be your
be-
lot width.
yeah.
But I think we would still want to keep whatever the appropriate sort of minimum is that other sections of the code use, just because that's how we ensure that there is that adequate frontage for
Yeah.
these buildings.
Yeah, I mean, if we're taking everything else to the building site, but we're leaving the lot site as the overall, but we're narrowing potentially the lots within that building site. I would either still go to the building site or allow, like you said, a very small, narrow.
There could be some issues with the frontage as well.
Yeah.
So we need to think through that, because I think, especially when you have units that are attached back to back on a
Yeah.
lot, you want to make sure that maybe
Well,
the
that's-
building has street or the building lot has street or open space frontage, but not every unit.
It has
'cause
frontage.
You will never be able to fit, every unit will have to be turned on its side, and you'll run out of width.
And you run out of room. And that's where we're putting, in the pattern book, those shapes, several of those don't have, several versions of the multiplexes didn't have frontage along the thing, so their lot wouldn't be fronting, so I to the actual frontage itself. So either very narrow or counting the driveway or something, so that you can build it facing however you think is appropriate for the site. I think
peg this is one we'll get back to, because I don't want to hash this one out sitting here.
Not right here, yeah, that's fine.
But I think generally, those types of units, we just assumed they wouldn't subdivide, and they would have to do some sort of common agreement. I think we can discuss whether for attainable housing types, we want to forego the long-held practice that we don't create lots without frontage. And we could discuss that, but I want to discuss it. internally
Take it
first.
offline. My concern is that we're not putting a pattern book or a set of options together that actually we can't do because we've got a frontage or a lot requirement that's either too large or doesn't accommodate a front to back or a side or a flat, or what would be the world's tiniest flag lot or something like that. So yeah, that's my only concern.
So for the sake of our scribes, otherwise everything we're showing here, tentatively, we're okay to move on for. So again, as I mentioned before, we want to just delete the density row. It really becomes impractical to measure anymore. And I think similarly, there's lot coverage requirements. That's another one that should just shift to building site, because you could end up with a small lot that's almost all unit, and then one next to it's got lots of green space. And I'm seeing nodding, so I'll move on. So this is kind of the final part of that section of standards. As much as the code has no footnotes in it, it does. They're just built into the standard tables. What we're trying to capture, currently were 2 recommended specifications in the draft attainable housing report. One, to provide guidance on existing lots that don't actually meet what would be the minimum building site area, so our 4,000, 5,000 square foot lots that we have today. The other was a specification for when we were keeping lot minimums, that you would measure it as an average, which was a much more complicated way of getting at building site. So we're recommending keeping the guidance that would allow, if you're an existing substandardly platted lot, to still pursue the attainable housing types, and removing the previous recommendation that talks about the average, because we're just trying to delete all of that. See, nodding, moving on. So, this is sort of where we get to pretty much the rest of the table, which gets into the building placement, which is our setbacks, the building height, building form, which is just kind of explaining what other ornaments you can put on the side of your house. And then there's a section about urban agriculture and all of these zones. Other than having these setbacks in the data table where they reference setbacks from a lot, I just wanted to say a lot or a building site, because I just want to be consistent that we might have building sites that we're next to now. But otherwise, again, staff is not actually recommending at this time changing any of the standards on the height, coverage, placement, any of that stuff, based on, what my esteemed coworkers have put together, is why we just don't think it's necessary today to do that. I think it's fair to say we may want to watch out for it, and if it's a reoccurring issue, we can evaluate it. But I think as our first recommendation, we really want to not kind of push that envelope yet. So next is parking. We recommend that the current 2 spaces per unit would be a huge impediment to making this work, and, would not be necessary. And again, if somebody wants to create a duplex or triplex and they want the parking, we're not stopping them from doing it. But we also heard lots of concern about parking is probably the primary concern we've actually heard. And the street parking is sort of the additional primary concern related to that, which is how we came up to the original recommended parking standards. We alluded to some of this last time. Basically, the way the current recommendations in the attainable housing work, that if you are in one of our 4 target zones, R200, R90, R60, R40, but you're outside of the PhD and the street you are on has no parking, it is designated a no parking area, which I will note there's very few of these, and they're usually in newer site plan communities that deliberately built substandard street widths for other reasons, that we don't recommend the parking reduction because there's actually nowhere to put the cars at that point. If you are outside of the PhD, but there is street parking, which is most of the streets, we are recommending the 50% reduction. So that's why we've modeled everything to show how 1 car could still fit per unit on each of these sites. If you are inside the PhD but are unlucky enough to have street parking, we still recommend the 50% reduction. Again, the street's not really there, but at this point, we are trying to get closer to transit and walkability, and so we still are wanting to encourage the parking reduction. And then if you are inside the PhD and there's street parking, that's where the 75% reduction in parking could come into play. And again, we've looked at it, we've talked about it, we've thought about it. I think staff still feels this is the right way to go for now, and that if deeper parking reforms are looked at, it should probably be a broader conversation that applies, to the detached houses and to other uses and other everything that's happening in these areas. But if there's discussion on this, we're happy to entertain it.
So if it is 2 cars, 50% is 1 car. What is 75%? We cannot have half a car.
Motorcycle.
Per unit.
Per unit.
Huh?
Cars per unit.
So
Yeah.
you do round, so.
Yeah, but it's still cars per
If it's
unit.
so that example, in a duplex with a 75% reduction goes from 4 to 1. So you would still have to provide one off-site space per duplex. The triplex would be the first unit where it would be 1 and change, and so it would be 2 for the triplex.
Okay, so you round it up.
You do round it up. And then the quadplex would also be 2. The math works out evenly again. So, yes, anytime that this does create a weird fraction, you round up to the next whole car.
Okay, we need to make sure we set that in the standard, we'll go round up.
Yeah, and we would add 200 in there if we added 200. Yeah, just not from the, but no. Okay. I want to go farther, but it's fine.
So I'm just
He's
wanna
not fighting
plan
with me.
One, yeah.
More?
So, no, I don't know if this is what Commissioner Hedrick is not saying. I would like us to at least have more conversation around bringing inside the PhD with street parking up to 100%. So functionally down to 0 requirement. I think that not only, so I'll preface this by saying you've done a really good job, and I really appreciate how you've kind of shown on a typical site we can actually accommodate all of these parking spaces. That's 100% true for many of these sites based on these calculations. I think that there's still reasons to consider it so I think it's a helpful signal as well as we go through this process that, here's what kind of as a county and as a community, we're kind of moving towards, just overall less oriented around parking. And I say that, completely acknowledging that what you've already done here is also a nod in that direction. And I really appreciate this approach to begin with. So it's really a question of can we take it a step further in the one area where I think there's even more justification to do so. And I'll just make one final point on this. I think there's an increasing amount of research around places, cities, particularly on the West Coast, because more places out there have done this more recently. Places that have legalized, duplexes, tris, quads, and looking at the first year or two of actual permitting and kind of how has it gone. And at least in a couple of cases, we've seen that where much of the moderate middle-income housing has gone forward to permit, particularly tris and quads, it's cases where they provided 0 parking. And so I mention that particularly within the PhD because although we see that we can accommodate it in terms of the size, I think there's some evidence to support the notion that we will see more of this if we can actually allow them to do kind of the maximum when it comes to parking reduction, which isn't to say that, it's certainly not saying that, to your point before, they can still provide what they think that they need to provide. But if there are unusual cases, particularly in the older neighborhoods where there are more constraints, and that's really what I have in mind. It's like the areas where they have more constraints, and I know the pattern book will do a lot of this kind of hard lifting too. I want to enable kind of the maximum. I want to enable maximum flexibility. And so within the PhD feels like within the PhD with street parking feels like a potentially good opportunity to do that. Although I understand your larger point too, that parking should be a countywide discussion. We had part of that discussion with transit, proximity to transit. I hope they'll have other countywide discussions outside of that too. This feels like an opportunity to sort of push the needle a little bit, but supported by real evidence that it could actually make a difference for some of these smaller lots.
Can I just one second? And you can, one second.
Yeah.
Okay. Sue, I appreciate your comments and wanted to be as, like Wayne Gretzky, what he used to say, why are you so good? Because he always goes to where he thinks the puck's going to be. So he was always great in that. But I also think that your proposed reduction is good enough for now, and that I think it is bold, and I like the process of let's get it approved, see how it works, and that in the next iterate, as whether it's, the next 5 years after you see how the process works. And also, the PhD is a mile from any of those stations. That is, and maybe the people that were in the first, quarter mile or something, but but this is a mile away, and we're already having some, so I would recommend this approach, because I think it would be more open to people out there getting to a yes, and it gives us an opportunity to see. We are asking to reduce, and so I think it would give people to see how it works, and we can get our own local data, right? And based on our community, and then go from there. That would be my personal opinion.
And I support that, because I was going to say the same thing. I think that if we want to do what Commissioner Linden is suggesting, that would be the next round, that we have more data. We shouldn't go very big at the first time. I'm concerned about community outrage because of parking on the street. And we have to see how it works. We have to get the community to buy in gradually with this change. If we want this to be successful, we have to make it in a way that we could get buy-in, rather than having something really drastic and see how it goes. That could definitely be the next one after we have the data and see that how it is working. Then it could be the next revision. That's what I suggest.
A fun missing column from this table. If you're within a half mile of a metro station or a quarter mile of a planned for construction BRT, you have no parking requirement anymore per ZTA that we just passed a few months ago. So,
But I think many of those lots also will be not zoned R60 or R90, right?
that is correct. So internally, I think even as planning staff, our own personal values are not all aligned with this. I think the concern I would just have, I think, and it does get down to the transit, that there are parts of the PhD that are planned for transit, but that plan is many years out.
Yeah.
And they are not inherently in walkable areas now. And again, particularly starting to go out towards Colesville or up Alney, there may be sidewalks, but it's miles before there's actually something to walk to of any interest. And so I think the reality is you may have a lot of car-light households, but I think getting car-free households in some of the outer parts of even in the PhD it's just not likely the reality.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think there could be concern that if you do have a few of these and none of them provide parking, at some point, street park, I understand the goal that's trying to be gotten to. I do have concern that going all the way there without sort of the viable alternative actually being in place or being in the very foreseeable future.
Well, I think that what we would probably see, and this is where the conversation gets tricky, because, and you mentioned it yourself, this isn't a requirement for zero, right? And I'm not saying this isn't for our benefit. I'm just sort of, for the community's benefit. It's not we're saying the requirement zero. We're allowing them to decide, right? So in the places that aren't proximate to good transit within PhD, places that have it planned, but we know it's really far out, what's likely, I think, going to happen is they are going to provide parking, right? But the inverse of what you're saying is also true. We're sort of forcing everyone else up to a new baseline that maybe they would not otherwise choose if they didn't have to meet these requirements. So you can look at it from, I think, both sides of the coin and say, the latter example is a case, is a reason from an affordability standpoint or maybe a project feasibility standpoint. The other argument is okay, well, think about the transit options and is this actually feasible from an accessibility standpoint? I understand there's sort of multiple ways to think about kind of, does this make sense? But changing it to zero provides the flexibility, because we're talking, even within the PhD, if we talk about it, there's a lot of different types of communities. And I think the flexibility is key. It's not the zero number is less important than flexibility, really. I think flexibility is the key word. We need to allow them to decide what's best for the project site. And that's going to be so much better for, in the end, that's going to be better for the community too, because we'll be providing the types in the places that are the most in demand, that help people the most, allow people who need a car to live in places with a car, who don't want to live with a car to choose a place that didn't bake that into the cost of the unit. So I understand all the reasons to consider waiting. I still think it's worth considering pushing it up to 100% now. But I'm not going to die on this hill. I think we all sort of understand the case. I guess the question is like, is it worth doing it now? Is it worth evaluating in the future?
Can I recommend something for your consideration? You know, the PhD covers all types of different parts of the county, but it's not the same, right? Inside the Beltway is probably where we have the most established transit today. It also happens to be the place where we have most of R60 today. So if the board wanted to thread the needle on this, perhaps the R40 and not even R40, because it's really so minuscule, it wouldn't be worth the headache, but you could consider suggesting a flexibility to 0 for R60 inside the PhD when there's on-street parking. You can also float it as a test and see what the reaction is.
Let me jump in really quick, because we've had this discussion before when we were talking about accessory dwelling units in 2019. They wanted to reduce the parking requirement near transit, and so it was a very incremental change. Before ADUs were even allowed, they were conditional use, and then you had parking, and you could waive the parking if you went to the hearing examiner. And then finally, in 2019, we changed it to reduce parking, not quite 0, but reduced it near transit. And we were able to make that argument because we had the data from the MVA. We were able to see how many cars are parked at existing dwelling units with ADUs. So we were able to do that with MVA data. Now, it's been really hard to get following up since that, but that's something that we can pursue when we have these units on the ground and we can see how many are being parked, like what they're being parked at in 5 years. That's something that we can definitely follow up on. But I think without having these units on the ground and really understanding that, I think it's hard to push. And I will say, I've been taking a tour at these civic associations talking about AHS, and this is the #1 concern. A lot of people support the unit types, they support diversifying the housing stock, but parking, those narrow roads, and in East Bethesda, I heard a lot about that for 2 hours, and so I want to, thread this needle very cautiously.
I 100% understand, and let me just say, as someone who previously lived in East Bethesda and then moved out of East Bethesda, hearing some of those people talk about parking constraints in that neighborhood really doesn't carry any water with me. Every single one of those homes has a driveway. And I think that's sort of there's a fear that exists of kind of losing something that, people assume is theirs in the right of way, which sometimes gets used, sometimes doesn't, but it's proximate to their home. And they think, and I understand sort of all of the elements that go into those complaints. But I think the reality is, in a lot of neighborhoods like East Bethesda, and I'm not, I 100% believe that they talked about this. I think the reality is that on-street parking is actually we're not at capacity. We're nowhere close to capacity in many neighborhoods. Perhaps some of the really older neighborhoods with maybe parking on one side of the street, for example. But which isn't to say that people don't still assume it could be a concern, and I get that. So that consideration I acknowledge, and I'm not I don't think it's worth dying on this hill for now, because you've already done such great work getting up to 75%, and I think that's a huge leap forward. I think I'm just sort of making the case that there are examples out there where we get more of these units when the minimums go down to 0. I think that's what I'm really talking about. More bang for the buck.
We make this our first step, and we note in the draft that this is something that we want to follow up in 5 years when we have the data on the issue.
Yeah,
and we can
I
revisit it.
suggest that we do that. There are a lot of areas, Washington, D.C. is a good example. You go to all of these streets, there is no parking. That's a very good example. You could think about some areas in 2030, I don't know how successful we are. It's going to get like that. And I think it is important that we push slowly and get the community, existing community, be considerate of existing community. This is a great change. This is a great start, and see how it goes in 3 or 5 years.
I just want to second mostly everything that Commissioner Linden has said. I kind of agree with it on general principle. Again, I'm not going to die on this hill. But also, I think that the overlap between people that would support this at 75 and people that would not support it if it were 100 is, those people don't exist. And I think that we're making a policy recommendation, so we should consider. I like the idea. I don't think there's an amount of parking that you could provide practically, theoretically, reasonably that would allay any of those fears. So at this point, I think we work with what we want to achieve, and what we're wanting to achieve is places for people to lay their heads, not places for people to park their cars. And so if you're within a mile of the metro station and you're going for a small attainable housing, there are options that you can have and changes that you can make to your lifestyle, or you park a block, it's doable. But I think this is great. I think this is like, one parking space for a duplex, two for I think this is good. I would definitely like to explore going down to 100 for at least the R60. I think that's more reasonable. But again, it's what are we trying to achieve? And I don't think that we get any support for not. We want to achieve the goal. We want to have outcomes, not outputs. And so I think we have an outcome we want. And I don't think we actually get a lot of more support or not based on the change in this, but we might get a lot more houses based on a change like that. So consider it, again, not going to die in this ditch, but
Okay.
it's worth thinking about.
Okay. So the consensus, I say we lost our consensus, but I don't know. But I think
This
we
is
should-
really good. I'm willing to go forward with this.
We
I'm
should,
willing to go forward.
Okay.
we're going, okay. Okay, let's go to, please.
I was going to say, this
But-
is
but all of your
one of the ones
comments-
there's nothing for us to study. We need to make a decision, so.
But I do want to go, I appreciate both of your comments on this, okay?
So we'll stick with the table, but I think there's going to probably be a handful of things that we're going to recommend we follow up on, and we'll add this to that list of like a 3 or 5 year check-in.
Yeah, but the key, is that we keep saying, coming back to that, reevaluate after approval at certain periods, okay?
All right, subdivision. So as we've said, there are instances where we may want to subdivide some of these existing lots into smaller lots to accommodate fee simple ownership of, again, particularly duplex, but could be tri or even quad, depending on how creative people get. Right now, there's really no process to do that without submitting a full plan and having everybody chew on it for 120 days, and then they come before you. So we're thinking there could be a couple of avenues here. One is proposing a new minor subdivision. So what minor subdivisions generally are is, minor's in the name, couple percentage point movement of lot boundaries. A lot of them are for existing commercial properties that want to do ownership platting. And so our recommendation is if you have an existing platted lot that becomes your new site area, and you want to do your subdivision completely within that platted boundary, so just splitting it, for the duplex or the triplex, you probably could go ahead and do a minor subdivision on that, because we already know through plat what the outer bounds of this are. We're just creating 2 lines in the middle. It's not going to trigger any sort of other agency review at this scale. And that would actually be a huge, it would cut months out of the process. So we are recommending that for sort of the by right subdivision. And then for larger subdivisions that want to start maybe buying and combining multiple properties together and then sort of spitting it out on the ground differently. And I will say this also could apply to the attainable housing optional method we talked about. We could do a new administrative subdivision. These would still be reviewed a little more detailed. They tend to have 90-day review windows. These can be acted upon by the director unless the director finds reason not to act upon it as the director, either through sort of valid community opposition or there's just something weird and the director thinks the board needs to be involved. And so we're proposing that for creating lots of up to 19 dwelling units, that's either specifically for standard method development, again, our small scale housing type only, or if it's specifically to the attainable housing optional method of development, that we could create and flesh out the details of that new administrative subdivision process. And then
Does this, again, goes back, answer my question? I'm trying to figure out where my question is going to be answered. And if someone has like 10 building lots and wants to build duplexes or triplexes, so he wants to divide them anywhere between 20 to 20, say that. So they can just come here, get 5 lights, and divide them, and as long as it's up to 19, they can just go with the standard method and do it? Is that what it is?
So it would depend. If they had 5 adjacent lots next to each other, and they did not want to change the outer boundaries of any of those, and they are strictly just wanting to do
3 of them, so it's going to be 15.
stuff in the middle, it wouldn't even come through this process. It would either come through the minor that I discussed before, or if they didn't want to subdivide at all and were willing to just do triplexes that were each on the one existing lot, it would not come to anybody. It would go straight to building permit.
Yeah.
So there's nothing.
Currently, we don't have in the recommendations a threshold. I think that's the question.
That's
How
the
many
question.
lots?
I think it is important that, especially if they're, somewhere that is not close to any kind of public transportation, okay? And how and what is going to happen to the parking? And if it's inside a community, and, how the impact would be. It's something that we need to just look into. I'm not saying that we don't do it, but I'm just saying that it has to be a way that we could look at the impact to the community.
I think this seems like a good case for evaluating at the 3 to 5 year mark. I think that there's some things like this where it could be potential edge cases where, you can't say it's impossible that someone will kind of do what, Commissioner Pedoeem is suggesting, but we don't really know. And so maybe this is something we can, instead of trying to sort of regulate for edge cases that may or may not actually happen, maybe we can punt this to the evaluation stage.
If it happens, then a community is being impacted because this is the other way around. What if it happens?
Yeah, but we have processes in place for the GIP. We have processes in place for the APFO, like adequate public facilities. We have systems in place to address these things.
Do we?
And we consider around it when we do, but
It's not, because if it is, that's my question, because if it is by standard method and is by right, there is nothing would be considered. Nothing.
So
That's what I'm understanding.
projects that are by right still go through adequate public facility review. It's just not done necessarily here. It doesn't come before the board. I guess
So where does it go then? I don't know.
It's at permitting with DPS, and if they need, they contact folks in planning to ensure that they're addressing it appropriately. A question, though, that I have to try to understand your concern a little bit better, right? So as Mr. Berbert was explaining, I mean, if you had 5 lots, and what you wanted to do was take each one of those lots and put a triplex in the center of those lots, so that you'd end up with 15 over these 5, but no one would go over the existing lot lines. There's no need to do anything with subdivision here, right? And so in that situation, that can unfold all at once, I suppose, if someone were to buy 5 adjacent lots and then they wanted to do that. But that could also happen over a course of 15 years, right? So, one lot today someone buys and they build a triplex. The next lot they buy 3 years later, they build a triplex. It could happen over time. And so where would you suggest that this is problematic and where it's not problematic, right?
My only question is that if it happens at one time, suddenly the community is an impact to the, adjacent community. And I'm not saying that again. I'm not saying that it can't be happen. I say that it should be a way that we could consider this impact to the community. At least we allow them to express their, their frustration or whatever the issue is, and if there is a way that it could be resolved. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, if they want to combine them together and create it, that comes before us. If they just want to do it lot by lot, that's the whole point of this attainable housing strategy. And we have processes and standards in place for adequate public facilities. We have standards and process for traffic. If you take 5 lots, you line them up side by side, your frontage is going to equal about, give or take, depending on how wide your driveway is and whatnot, about 2 parking spaces. The requirements are at least 1 parking space on site. You literally have 1 parking space per unit existing on all of those sites. Like the lowest we can get is, if we count the street parking, 1 parking place per unit of, anything along that frontage, give or take. So again, I'm coming back to, that's a feature, not a bug. If somebody wants to come through and build up like that, that's fine, and they have to go through the same processes. It's just administrative and doesn't come before us. I think that's perfectly fine.
Well, just think about it, that you're going to have, instead of having 5 curb cut, you may have 15 curb cut, and you have a sidewalk.
We just had a thing where there's just 1 curb
Well,
cut per.
no, every one of them could have one, and depends how they're going to do that. And so you're going to have a lot more curb cut. And if they have kids that walk into school, that is, again, an issue. Or if you have people that are biking, it's just something that we have to look to see that if it could be done in a better way. So maybe if we could make sure that they design it in a way that there is less curb cut.
Yes, and I think that's
Just
where.
look into it.
Yeah,
But when
we
they
will-
design and build it, it can't be done.
Yeah, I definitely think the number of curb cuts, the width of curb cuts is something the pattern book should very clearly dictate.
Yeah.
And that would be something that the reviewing body person at DPS would have access to and a checklist. We could even put the number of curb cuts as a checklist feature, that they can make sure that they are using the right number of curb cuts that we've recommended for a triplex or a quadplex.
Understand, but how do we compare it? Is it if you have 1 property, 1 lot, comparing that if you have 5? So we are not looking at the existing curb cut, comparing to what the new one would be.
I
It's
think the
gonna be
curb
just per
cuts
lot.
should be by building type. So if a building is a single-family house, you get 1 curb cut. If you have a building that has a triplex in it, you still get 1 curb cut. So want to make sure, we want to make sure that the impact to what you're saying is the same as if somebody took those 5 houses and tore them down and built 5 single-family homes.
Yeah.
Right, like that's,
A triplex is going to just get 1 curb cut, is not going to get 3.
that would be our recommendation, yes.
So I do not know how you can make it happen. Okay.
Well, I think they showed some examples, I think, and I think the pattern book can hopefully help with that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's an
I'm glad.
important consideration, yes.
For sure. I'm glad you brought up the idea of curb cuts, because I think when you I think it's important to help kind of clarify specifically what we mean by the impact to the community. And I think I take your point that, like, when we bring this to the community, they'll have that exact question. They'll sort of bring up this sort of in what we may perceive as like this nebulous idea of kind of community impacts. And I think the more that we can distill that down to, okay, specifically kind of what concerns are we talking about? I think the curb cut one is a really good one because it deals with safety and kind of accessibility and things like that. I think the parking one is something that we can also easily address through the pattern book and the things that Commissioner Hedgerow was talking about. It's like, okay, we actually have, a space on the curb plus whatever kind of the pattern book shows can fit behind the house or the building or whatever the case is. So yeah, I take your point, but I think that it's a good reminder that, like, we need to sort of be precise when we talk about impact, because that will be brought up a lot. Impact can mean sort of it's just something we're not familiar with, but impact can also mean, in my mind, more legitimate things like the safety issues or how we kind of use the street in the most efficient way.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm trying to do is that if we want to be successful with a change like this, we have to be considerate with the concerns of the people. And we have to be responsive, and we have to start making, we have to sort of implement a big change in stages, in steps, to make sure that we see how it impacts, we revise and continue, and we revise and mitigate the issues and continue.
I think we can also continue this discussion the next session, because as part of the other policies we're looking at, I know one of the sort of ideas that was floated was like the county or us could be tracking where these permits are being issued. And I think one of the direct ideas actually said the county should set aside an infrastructure fund, and that the top 3 or top 5 or top however many geographies that are having the most of these get added to like the priority list for like sidewalk and bicycle upgrades and other things to try to like, in concert with the new development, also provide upgrades to their communities to try to address some of this. So I think we could flesh out some of that.
I
when we come back.
actually like that, because when you bring density, you need to plan for it. And you constantly need to upgrade and maintain. That's very important. Okay, we can continue. We can continue. Now I'm the chairperson.
The last sort of a bit on the regulatory process, kind of in concert with the admin subdivision plan idea of 19 or fewer dwelling units, and sort of listening to concerns. This is the one thing we're circling back on from last time. We're just proposing an administrative site plan process could also occur for 19 or fewer dwelling units that are utilizing the attainable housing optional method. This wouldn't necessarily be a new plan, but what it would do is in the site plan approval, it would kind of add in, if it's 19 or fewer units for attainable housing optional method, this may be approved by the planning director rather than the planning board, and it should follow the 90 instead of 120-day schedule. It just seemed like it fit in there well.
We tried to make our questions because Commissioner Linden, he said that he's supposed to live at 250, and Commissioner Bartley, he was sick, he went out. So I want to make sure, you need approval, you need a quorum by the end of this. Do we need a quorum?
Just to the extent that we're asking for your permission to say yes to each one of these things.
Okay,
And
so-
we're almost done.
Okay, so before he goes, we make sure we give you the quorum.
In fact, I think this might have been the last recommendation before Ms. Scavone goes into just correspondence updates, so.
Sure. So I mentioned we've received a lot of correspondence on this issue, obviously. We've received over 70 pieces of written and verbal testimony that doesn't include the phone calls, the one-off emails, and the meetings that I have attended. And attached to the staff report, we have a matrix of all the comments, and they've been tagged with an issue category for the board to review. And most of the comments were general in nature, or they were focused on the topic today as on small-scale attainable housing. We did review all the correspondence we received. At this time, we're not recommending any additional changes to the recommendations unless we discussed it today. But we would welcome feedback from the board here, today or in a future work session. But many of the general issues that were discussed, that the feedback that we received will be discussed, like impact taxes, for example, will be discussed at the next work session when we tackle other.
Do you actively reach, especially in downtown area, different civic associations or communities to make sure that you get their comments or concerns?
We haven't been proactive. A lot of it has been reaching out to us. We have an e-letter, and we've been posting on social media. We can certainly look into what options are available to be more proactive on this issue, but I feel like there is a lot of eyeballs on it. There's a lot of discussion on this topic already.
I just want to make sure that those communities that are being affected, they understand what we are proposing, and they have their opportunity to provide comments. It's always, even though if they don't agree with us, as long as we have heard them. That's very important.
I'll look into ways that we can be more proactive with our outreach.
We're getting to the end when we've got next steps on the screen. So one of the things I think we wanted to highlight with the board is we are making a very slight schedule adjustment to sort of accommodate the larger juggle of all the other large projects that we have going on. So rather than coming back with the large scale and other policies on May 9th, we were pushing that back one more week to May 16th. And then that pushes back also our sort of 2 unprogrammed wrap-up sessions to May 30th and June 13th. I think May 30th would probably primarily be all of the stuff that we've discussed thus far, saying we'll get back to you on that. And then hopefully June 13th would be basically the final draft that we would hopefully get you all's permission to endorse and send to council. We would still be going in front of the council's planning, housing, and parks this summer. And right now, we would be looking in early fall to actually have a ZTA ready to be introduced and start its process.
And you're gonna add something for the pattern book, correct? Or not in here,
Well,
at
that's-
least something.
I'll say, what I had suggested was that we would give some thought to what the effort that would be involved with that, and not just, in terms of resources, people, and time. And we'll come back at one of the future sessions and talk to you about that to see how you want to recommend that in what we send forward. I would say probably the May 30th one would be when we would have that. Just to even add a little bit more clarity, right now, as Mr. Berber was saying, hopefully for June 13th, I'm going to say yes to June 13th is when we want to be able to solidify all of the board's recommendations on this, because we are tentatively scheduled to go to PHP on June 24th. So we need to be able to get the board's recommendations to them well in advance of that. So that this would give us 10 days or so.
Okay.
My next
Thank
slide
you.
says end of slideshow. So unless there's further comments or questions, we are done.
No, this is all, by the way, this is all really, really great. I just want to make sure that, every time I open my mouth, it's not to make it be different. But no, this is really good. This is a really well put together and well thought through. And I really appreciate all the work on this. I think it's going to be really good.
And I say the same thing again. I really emphasize to make sure that we have the community involvement, especially the areas that they're impacted. You want to make sure that they have their say in the magnificent work that you have done. Thank you.
Yeah, just adding my thanks as well, and look forward to the next few sessions. So thank you.
So do we need to say anything else?
We're adjourned.
Okay, so we are adjourned
you.
for today.